beyond planet Earth. Selected philosophical works of Konstantin Tsiolkovsky. The cause of the cosmos. What is presented below is not pure knowledge, but a mixture of exact science and philosophical reflection. These ideas may be accepted or rejected. Yet, this is better than wandering in the darkness of occultism and spiritualism. The cosmos is like a cinematic scene, where a series of images unfolds entirely automatically. It also resembles the arrangement of sounds played from a phonograph disc. It is like a future machine that combines light phenomena with sound and even thought processes. Like a calculating device. We know there is a cause behind all these automatic actions. It lies in the human creator. He himself is something higher than his creations. Can we not also speak of a cause for the universe, just as we speak of a cause for artificial things? However, human machines, from the standpoint of positive science, are identical to man. The difference is quantitative, not qualitative. The same matter exists in both, governed by the same laws of nature. Admittedly, the sensory experience of these machines is close to non-existence, but not absolute zero. The difference is like that between a microbe and a human. Conversely, it is difficult to consider the cause of the universe as identical to the universe itself. A human cannot create even a speck of matter or a drop of work, according to the law of conservation of matter and energy. Yet the cause gave rise to an infinite amount of both, in the form of the boundless cosmos. Thus, the first thing we can say about the cause is that it is not only higher than the universe, it has nothing in common with matter at all. At different times and levels of development and knowledge, people have accepted different explanations for their existence and well-being. Anything beneficial or threatening was once taken as the cause and object of worship. Sometimes it was beauty, which brought pleasure or a more perfect life. Other times, it was a river fertilizing the land, wild beasts, imaginary evil monsters, useful domestic animals, or fantastical kind beings thought to bring prosperity, nourishment, and health. At times, people heroes or celestial bodies were worshipped. The most insightful thinkers realized that their entire welfare depended on the sun. It gives us plants, fruits, and bread. Without it, animals could not exist. It provides joyous light, warmth, and many other benefits. The sun became the source of life, the cause of all things, a benevolent cause. But others, even more rational, realized that the sun has no mind. If it could, it would do harm just as indifferently as it does good. Does it not burn crops in droughts and cause sunstrokes? There was no sense in revering a mindless cause. Moreover, astronomy revealed countless other suns, no less powerful than ours, though too distant to matter to Earth. Thus, science undermined the sun's authority, especially when it was discovered that Earth is part of the sun and shares the same composition. There must be a more fundamental cause or source of all suns and of our prosperity. The original error was in accepting only part of the universe, e.g., the sun, Earth, or humans, as the cause of phenomena, whereas clearly the entire cosmos determines our existence. It is hard to imagine that any part of it does not influence us eventually. This realization led to pantheism. The universe itself was taken as the cause of everything. Pantheists believe further inquiry into the cause of the cosmos is futile. Everything depends on matter in its totality. It gave rise to countless suns, more countless planets, and life. It produced the perfection of organic beings, eliminated suffering, and made every atom happy. Study matter, they say. It is our mother and sovereign. It is the cause. But questions arise. Why did the universe produce good rather than evil? Why is it the way it is and not otherwise? One can imagine a different order, structure, or laws of nature. Also, what use is it to revere the universe? It is merely an infinitely complex mechanism. Reverence requires sacrifice. But what good are sacrifices to nature? Neither it nor we benefit. It's like worshipping the sun or fire. Sacrifices and actions must benefit us. Thus, the wisest people came to revere that which leads all beings toward happiness, fulfillment, awareness, and eternity. We are speaking of thoughts, principles, and laws that guide all living things, and all things are alive, toward lasting and infinite satisfaction. Some identified this with love for humanity, others with love and compassion for all living beings, others still with mercy toward everything earthly and celestial, down to each atom or its parts. Faith in this idea, embodying it in life, spreading it, submitting to it, was no longer a fruitless sacrifice. It could bear great fruit. Hence, in the eyes of the wisest, universal supreme love for the atom was worthy of worship. That is, following the laws that express this love. But mercy and laws come from humans and higher beings. Thus, we come to revere the wisest chosen people and other higher beings. They deserve our obedience, attention, and respect. Although these beings are children of the universe, revering the universe itself is fruitless. What is useful for us, the limited and weak, is to follow the will of the chosen higher beings. This is where we must stop. This seems sufficient. But what, then, has this to do with the cause of the cosmos? Let us show that it makes sense to assume the existence of a cause, to examine its properties, and even to feel something toward it. A dog runs through a deserted forest and cuts its paw on a sharp shard. It whimpers and runs on. Its brain doesn't react. No thought is given to the shard. Later, a starving, lost man walks by. Seeing the shard that injured the animal, he picks it up and examines it. The broken pottery suggests the place was once inhabited. Near death, he searches for shelter, finds it, and is saved. Who acted more wisely, the animal or the man? An archaeologist digs up, collects, and studies remnants of past life and draws conclusions about existence, structure, development, customs, and lifestyle. Thus, we get the history of our ancestors and animal evolution. A foolish or ignorant person, and they are the majority, smashes ancient pottery, discards primitive tools, and neglects all decayed traces of past life. So too, let us not resemble unintelligent animals or ignorant people. Let us explore, as far as our minds and knowledge allow, the properties of the cause. It must exist because the universe exists. One might say, if we seek a cause of the cosmos, must not that cause have its own cause? And so on, without end. True, but the mind is limited. If we can understand something about the first cause, that is already progress. There was a time when the cosmos itself was considered the ultimate cause. Before that, people limited themselves to the sun, earth, or its objects. Yet we move forward, seeking the cause of the universe. As we deduce the existence of a potter from a broken vase, or infer animals from their nests and bones, so the universe cries out endlessly about the existence of a cause. From the cosmos and its properties, we judge the qualities and purposes of the cause, just as a beautifully made doll implies the maker is greater than the doll. Thus, studying the universe leads us to conclude that the cause is vastly superior to the cosmos. What is mighty for man may be insignificant for the cause. What is infinite for us may be finite for it. The cause is incommensurable with its creation. One may ask, why care about the properties of the cause, if we depend only on the universe? Why not just study it? But precisely. Understanding the cause reveals unexpected insights that nature alone cannot provide. These insights inevitably influence human actions for the better. Properties of the cause. The cosmos is infinite and without beginning in time and space. If it is so, how much more remarkable must its cause be? Infinity itself is a product of our mind, a subjective concept. What is infinite to us may be finite to the cause. The cosmos has infinite matter, energy, and sensitivity. The cause, by comparison, must possess a degree of life and consciousness unimaginable to us. The cosmos is eternal in its atomic structure, constantly renewing. The cause must possess an even greater constancy and playfulness in creation. The cause must be able to both create and destroy matter at will, though we may not observe this directly. The cause gave rise to the cosmos for the purpose of unbroken, infinite happiness. It must therefore be good. The cause is wise, its creation designed to deliver joy to itself. The universe is governed by reason and expresses perfection. Most of its life surpasses humanity. Earth-like worlds are rare exceptions. Suffering is marginal. Therefore, the cause's wisdom and benevolence far exceed human understanding. Conclusions. The cause is incommensurable with its creation. It can create matter and energy, which the cosmos cannot do on its own. For the cause, what is infinite to us may be finite. The cosmos is only one of many creations. Other creations must exist, though we may never know of them. The cause, from our perspective, is infinite in every respect, far more so than the universe is compared to a person or planet. Thus, the cause is an infinity of the second order relative to humans and the universe. Practical takeaways. 1. Intellectual satisfaction and peace from understanding our place in something greater. 2. Humility before the cause. Awareness that eternal joy can be revoked if we do not revere it. 3rd, gratitude. For endless, ever-increasing happiness. Gratitude energizes us and fosters love toward the cause. 4. Trust in its goodness. Belief that the cause will not harm us, but continue to grant joy. Our deepest emotions and reason should be guided by these reflections in this order. 1. Reverence for the cause. 2. Obedience to higher, enlightened beings. 3. Truth that flows from them, leading us to eternal joy. The cause brings forth the cosmos. From the cosmos come perfected beings, and from them flows absolute truth, guiding the universe toward joy and eliminating suffering. This truth animates the world and brings about the rule of reason. The cause is supreme love, boundless mercy, and reason. Perfect beings express this. The truth they carry is the same. In short, the cause, the universe's organic beings, and their reason are all expressions of one and the same love. Grief and genius. There is nothing more important than our happiness and the happiness of all living things, now and in the future. How can we eliminate grief? This urgent question will be the subject of the present article. There exists grief that seems unavoidable. We must fall ill, die, lose loved ones. Life seems impossible without suffering, Yet much suffering is more or less preventable. Why do we suffer material need and lack comfort when the wealth and power of nature are inexhaustible? Why do the elderly often end up homeless and die in deprivation? Why must a father wear himself out alone to feed a large family? Why, when people die, do so many leave their families helpless? Why must we constantly fear for the fate of those we love? Why is every person, even the rich, the powerful, haunted by poverty, sorrow, and misfortune? God forbid we blame anyone for this but our own ignorance, the poverty of our ideas. If we could find true geniuses, then even the most terrifying and seemingly inevitable sorrows could be eliminated. Geniuses have performed miracles and still do. Who doesn't know this? But where are they? These most capable and kind-hearted people. We need them. They are priceless. But we cannot find them, or do not know how to. Where are the Lomonosovs, the Newtons, the Laplaces, the Gausses, the apostles of intellect and morality? Knowledge is discovered and spread by geniuses. The value of knowledge is obvious. Salvasan destroyed syphilis, once thought incurable. Many medicines eliminate diseases. Hygiene preserves health and extends life. Surgery revives the dying, heals the crippled, restores sight and hearing. Chastity preserves mental strength, vigor, and health. Technology makes humans stronger than tigers, swifter than deer. It gives us wings, palaces, and makes nature our servant. Knowledge yields superior food, methods for preserving and improving it, high crop yields, and inexhaustible soil fertility. Reflection guided by geniuses brings people gentleness, peace, and love. But geniuses are needed not only to spread old, underutilized truths, but also to discover new ones. All moral and intellectual light flows from them. How, then, do we recognize a genius of one kind or another, of one degree or another? How do we determine a person's value? Say a diligent farmer or worker labored his whole life and produced many useful goods. He has a certain value. Another person invents the sewing machine. He reduces and continues to reduce the labor of countless people even after his death. The saved time, labor, and health result in the production of many more essential goods. Try calculating the value of these goods since the machine was invented. You get a colossal number. Clearly, one person, even using rough and incomplete calculations, can contribute billions of times more than another person who is also useful and honorable. The inventors of the steam engine, windmills and watermills harnessed nature for human benefit, resulting in countless and undeniable gains, mountains of life's necessities. In truth, the time saved by machines has enabled humanity to grow food and make products that wouldn't exist without leisure. The ideas of geniuses are immortal, just like their deeds, because they continue to bear infinite, unending fruit after death. Thus, noble thought is immortal and serves as an inexhaustible source of good. Who benefits humanity more than thinkers? Humanists teach us to live peacefully, to avoid fruitless conflict and mutual destruction, and to preserve life and energy for the struggle against nature. How much injury, murder, theft, abuse, and fear they eliminate. How many resources they preserve for production. Rulers who establish order and secure life, liberty, and labor for their nations are also priceless. Where are these highest minds? Can we find them? How wonderful it would be if the powerful of the world had such extraordinary people at their side. But perhaps they don't exist at this moment. Perhaps nature hasn't yet harvested them. Let's assume I am an average person, and therefore can only recognize someone slightly above me. If someone is too intelligent, too knowledgeable, too morally elevated, filled with genius ideas. I may not understand or appreciate them at all. I may even take them for a criminal or a madman. So I cannot find a genius. And even if I could I examine all of humanity? Studying one person deeply takes a lifetime. How can I study 1.5 billion people? It would take 1,000,000 years and more memory and intellect than anyone possesses. Clearly, finding a genius is no easy task, and no wonder we don't see them, even if they exist. You might say, let them reveal themselves with great deeds. And sometimes they do, but not always. History shows how many geniuses went unrecognized and were stifled by their environment, by the narrowness of well-meaning but average people. Isn't it our duty to support the best among us, to uplift them and ease their path? After all, they are the benefactors of both us and future generations. But how can we help them if we don't know where they are? Our attempts to support genius usually end in failure. We end up supporting the weak, the trivial. We err out of ignorance, due to our own smallness. Could we task one genius with finding others? But known geniuses are few, and even they, as we've seen, would need 1,000,000 years to study everyone. Clearly, even geniuses are powerless here. Yet despite all this, the task can be solved by a special method of studying people. A deep study of people is only possible through the close, shared life of a few hundred individuals. More than that is unnecessary, because an average person with average memory and intellect can't meaningfully study a vast number. This life must be very intimate, accessible for observation, transparent. It must take place in a single large building, which, for mathematical and practical reasons, is efficient in many ways. Heat conservation, dust and bacteria-free air, maintained hygiene, access to baths, kitchens, dining rooms, libraries, workshops, speaking and silent halls, childcare centres, schools, tools of production, laundries, and so on. All of this is achievable in an ideal form only through communal living. To provide all these benefits, the number of residents must actually exceed the number required for mutual study. So either several nearby communes share common facilities, or one large commune is subdivided, and each subgroup studies itself. But here lies the trouble. Few are capable of such a life. As history and various experiments show, people quickly fall into quarrels, laziness, and conflict. Each person remains decent only so long as they live with their family in their own home, almost like beasts. Thus, aside from providing for all natural needs, which is relatively easy, offering residents even more than they once dreamed of, free time, minimal labor, clean air, healthy food, hygienic and beautiful clothing, secured care for children, this alone isn't enough. The members must be well suited to one another and to this new lifestyle. They must be capable of working together and living peacefully. They must know how to self-regulate under freedom. In short, people with special qualities are needed. But where to find such people? They'll be richly rewarded for their virtues. But how to attract them, and do they even exist on Earth? Let these ideas, through publications or other means, become widely known. Then let each settlement, with governmental permission and approval, recommend a few individuals most suited to this life, the most social, intelligent, honest, gentle, diligent, and skilled. Some villages may provide no one. Others may offer several. Overall, there would be a few million such people. If even 1 in 1,000 proves suitable, that's 1.5 million people ready for communal life. Even if only 1 in a million qualifies, that would still be enough to begin. Married people may be selected too. If their spouses are also compatible, entire families can be sent. But priority should go to young, unmarried individuals. They would populate our communal dwelling. Each government, as an experiment, would sponsor such a home. But soon these communities would no longer need support. They would give back more than they take. These communities should be granted some autonomy, self-governance, allowing them, for example, to expel unfit members, returning them to their prior lives. New members would arrive via childbirth or from outside recommendations. Children raised within who are found unsuitable are expelled, with parents free to follow them or stay. They may also return if deemed fit and if space permits. If the experiment succeeds, it should be continued and refined. If not, another attempt should be made under different conditions. Gradually, the Earth will be covered in such communities. Given their excellent material and moral conditions, their members will reproduce actively and create new societies. Their favorable traits will be inherited. Over time, their population may surpass that of the more conventional societies of today. This organization of life will make the selection of the most capable much easier. Each small society, living under one roof, studying one another for years, will be able to select its noblest, most talented, most social, healthy, long-lived, fertile, and beautiful individuals. But don't think these are already geniuses, the most exalted beings. An average person can only recognize someone a bit above average. So the people chosen by such groups will themselves be only slightly higher. These chosen few will form a second-order society, the highest of the first order. At first, the second-order society will be small, but as the number of first-order societies grows, so too will the pool of candidates for the second. Eventually, we'll form a collective of several hundred people. Over centuries, a third-order society may emerge, and so on, until we reach the true elite. Mistakes will happen, but fewer than in today's random selections, where leaders and influencers are chosen based on rumors, self-promotion, or newspaper articles. Here, selections are based on long-term, close observation by all members. The number of selection layers depends on the number of first-order members and on group size. If the population yields 1 million members for first-order societies of 100 people each, we get 10,000 such societies. These can select 100 second-order societies, and from them, 1 third-order society could be formed. The smaller the group size, the more precise the observation and the more thorough the selection, but the more layers are needed. Small groups are less economical, but improve the quality of selection. With a large enough global population, we may reach 5 or more layers, each improving human quality exponentially. What do our current towns and villages offer? In summer, dust. In bad weather, mud. Homes are dirty, dusty, filled with insects, bacteria, kitchen smoke, and endless toil to prepare meals and maintain minimal hygiene. People are worn out by animal care, child care, lack of medical support, poor education, and unproductive labor. A communal home of several hundred people, surrounded by scientific fields and gardens, built with the latest technology, primarily from metal, synthetic stone, glass, will be fireproof, nearly eternal, parasite-free, and easy to sterilize by heating the interior air to 100 degrees Celsius. The air is cleaner than outside. Each family has its own well-lit space. Daily bathing is the norm. Clothing is minimal and hygienic. There are shared halls for all ages and activities, shared dining rooms, workshops, hospitals, schools. I am an unmarried young man. I sleep in the communal bachelor hall. It's warm enough to sleep uncovered. My bed is a stretched canvas. I rise early, go to the bathhouse. Warm and cold water are abundant. I wash my whole body. At a set time, I go to my required labor. Today, agricultural work. I ride an auto plow, a self-propelled machine, guiding its movement. 6 hours of required work, and I'm free to do as I please. Meals come at intervals. Vegetarian dishes, cooked or raw, expertly prepared in scientific ovens based on research and experience. The meals include vegetables, fruits, grains, sugar, etc. The food is varied and freely chosen. Others tend gardens, teach, care for children or the ill, prepare meals, maintain cleanliness. Some travel to distant factories, doing fewer hours the harder the work. In warm weather, farming dominates. In cold, factory work. Girls live similarly, with tasks suited to their gender, age, and inclinations. Free time is spent on invention, experimentation, reading, lectures, conversation, and observing communal life. There are dedicated quiet spaces for reflection, dimly lit and silent. Some walk the gardens and fields, in the shade of fruit trees, or among whispering wheat and rye. The beauty, peace, and security inspire joy, thought, and gratitude to God. In bad weather, covered walkways and bright enclosed spaces are available, but many still prefer the fresh air. Regular meetings are held weekly. Emergency meetings occur as needed. The chairperson oversees discussion, decisions, judgments, prayers. Final decisions rest with one elected leader, an absolute ruler, ensuring fast and decisive progress. If the chairperson abuses power, violates laws, or shows incompetence, they are replaced immediately. Elections happen every 10 days or less. Laws are few and ever-evolving. They are clear and easy to remember, guided more by the spirit of justice than the letter. Chastity is upheld, but young men and women freely meet and form relationships. The community discusses marriages. The chairperson approves them and determines how many children they may have, sometimes allowing marriage, but not reproduction if offspring are likely to suffer. Divorce is also permitted by mutual consent and community approval. The society admits and expels members, educates them, corrects mistakes, encourages self-improvement, and ultimately acts under the authority of the elected leader, avoiding delays or indecision. Even children and women have full voting rights and influence. To ensure happy unions, bachelors and bachelorettes visit other communities to meet prospective spouses. Marriages are then approved by both communities. One chairperson has final say to avoid deadlock. A small percentage of each community, usually 1 to 2%, is chosen to join a second-order society. These members act as chairpersons, but still rotate back to their original communities, bringing with them wisdom gained in the higher tier. Each person receives about the same, according to their nature, enough for health, growth, and well-being of future generations. No one is lured by material excess or luxury. The chairperson differs only in duty. When not elected, they do ordinary work like anyone else. People strive to be good not only from conscience and reason, but also from fear of being expelled to a lower community or to the outside world. Marriage is open to all by mutual agreement. But the lower someone's community rating, the fewer children they are allowed. After several births, further reproduction may be restricted, though not marital relations. Only in rare cases, extreme talent longevity, beauty, health, may someone with negative traits be tolerated. They may be given separate homes and improved through marriage. Children born weak, sick, ugly, or unhappy may curse their parents and society. They become a burden and suffer endlessly. Who's to blame? Not the child, but the society that allowed their birth. Producing a miserable person is like committing murder, or worse. Unapproved reproduction is a crime against humanity, parents, and the soul itself. Thus, societies, especially the highest ones, monitor birth closely, encouraging many healthy births, discouraging unhealthy ones. Higher communities produce more children than lower ones, spreading superior traits downward over time. Two worlds form on Earth. Humanity divides into two groups. One, initially small, consists of the chosen, those in communal homes, living as described. The other, outside this structure, lives as best it can according to its moral nature. It envies the first, but cannot thrive there. You may be a wise, passionate seeker of this world. You may understand and even help build it, yet still not belong to it. Meanwhile, someone limited and unaware may fit in perfectly. Peaceful, cooperative, a small but essential cog in the great new machine. Gold is valuable, but useless for a sewing machine or locomotive. This tiny world, created by thinking humanity, grows and flourishes. The outer world, realizing its unfitness, fades, reproduces poorly, and gradually dies out, making way for the higher. But those who exit the stage may be reborn into the new world, aiding its creation not in sacrifice, but ultimately for their own joy. The importance of genius. The genius invented the hammer, knife, saw, winch, pulley, pump, boat, mill, bow and arrows, fishing rod, nets, clothing, shoes, and the house. He domesticated animals and taught people agriculture. The genius created machines that made human labor dozens, thousands, and even millions of times easier, and produced better quality goods. For example, the sewing machine simplifies, improves, and speeds up sewing many times over. How many people has it saved from blindness, from tuberculosis? How many has it clothed and shod? How much time has it saved for other work? The invention of printing made books thousands of times cheaper compared to when they were written by hand. The genius discovered iron, steel, and various metals. He proved the possibility of things that previously seemed entirely impossible. For hundreds of thousands of years, people did not know how to extract iron from ores, stones, and used what fell from the sky in the form of meteorites. The genius discovered the precious properties of substances, of gases, steam, liquids, and solids. He shortened distances hundreds of times. He made the forces of nature work in place of animals, transporting people, cargo, and animals by land, water, and air. The speed of this movement now exceeds 100 versts per hour, or 2,400 versts per day. In the air, it even reaches 200 to 300 versts per hour, or 7,000 per day. It surpasses the speed of a flying eagle, the speed of fish in water, and the fastest land animals. The genius taught people to speak over thousands of versts, and to transmit thoughts from one part of the world to another at lightning speed, even without wires. He made lifeless matter speak, sing, play, and imitate the sounds of all animals. He created automatons similar to humans, invented calculating machines that work flawlessly and hundreds of times faster than the most skilled accountant. Genius has surpassed even itself. The genius invented incubators to hatch eggs without warm-blooded participation. He defeated invisible, deadly bacteria that cause diphtheria smallpox, syphilis, rabies, and many other diseases. He saw what no one had seen before. The microscope showed him the structure of invisible cells, the basis of living matter, the mechanism of creatures and their tiniest organs, a vast world of infinitely small animals and plants. The genius determined the shape of the earth, measured it, as well as the moon, the sun, and other celestial bodies. He learned their mutual distances. With telescopes, he brought the sky 1,000 times closer. He showed people things no one had ever seen. The moon and planets turned out to have mountains like those on Earth. People saw 1,000,000 times more stars, or suns, than they had before. Each star turned out to be a distant sun, more powerful than the one that gives life to Earth. There are trillions of suns, with trillions of planets similar to Earth. And beyond this cluster of suns, millions more were found. The universe turned out to be boundless. The same light, the same gravity, the same forces of nature, and the same substance were found throughout the universe. In a word, unity of earth and heaven, and therefore unity of their first cause. Only about the existence of intelligent or any beings beyond earth, nothing at all is known. But the voice of reason, the voice of genius, shouts at full volume that not only is the universe filled to the brim with them, but that a huge percentage of these beings have reached a level of perfection still unimaginable for limited humanity, which is still in the infant phase of its existence. The genius has found the purpose of existence. It is knowledge, improvement, elimination of evil and all suffering, and the spreading of a higher life. At first, the benefits of geniuses spread among a small group of the strong, the educated, the noble, and the rich. But later, they trickled down and became the property of all people. Who now doesn't use railways, steamships, mechanical engines, factories, glass, utensils, tools, paper, books, lamps, clothing, and shoes made by simplified methods devised by inventors and thinkers? Who doesn't read, absorb great ideas, enjoy and learn from the literary works of geniuses? Without geniuses, humanity would not move forward along the path of truth, toward progress, unity, happiness, immortality, and self-perfection. And this is only the beginning. What lies ahead, what awaits humanity, is hard even to imagine. There is a difference between the labor of average people and the creativity of thinkers. The latter outlives its creators and is often immortal. Isn't Gutenberg's invention of printing immortal? Centuries have passed since his death, but will people ever stop using printing in one form or another and blessing its inventor? Will high ideas ever stop spreading through it, radiating the light of knowledge, truth, and joy? Everyone who uses a sewing machine, a mill, or means of communication, even if thousands of years pass, will continue to honor the inventor and thank his creation. The benefactions of a true genius are eternal. They never disappear, pouring forth in a continuous stream like from a horn of plenty. At the same time, they are material. They are pure gold, precious stones, bread, clothing, all kinds of conveniences, etc. No matter how spiritual the gifts of genius may seem, they always boil down to the material. Suppose a genius teaches people to restrain their bad passions, to avoid fighting, swearing, rivalry, war. What could be more spiritual than these gifts? Yet their result will be increased productivity of nations, a multitude of surplus products such as grain, fruit, vegetables, factories, housing, improved life, more leisure, health, longevity, etc. Indeed, the energy not spent on mutual fruitless struggle goes into producing goods, thereby improving life and eliminating need. Is this not material, not tangible? The only difference is that the worker, the farmer, is useful while alive. His labor is mortal and relatively small in quantity, but the genius lives even after death. Some for 100 years, some for 1,000, and some for millions or even an eternity of centuries. For example, the watermill was invented thousands of years ago, yet the invention, in the form of a simple mill or turbine, still lives and will continue to live for a long time, bringing the most tangible benefit that can be strictly measured in money, bread, vegetables, or other essentials. In 1 year, the inventor gives so much. In a century, 100 times more, and possibly thousands of times more, as the spread and improvement of the invention progressively increase its usefulness. But the average and respectable laborer, craftsman, farmer, gives crumbs, mere droplets compared to the mountains of fruits born of genius. Sadly, the benefactions of inventions are still not very significant or widely spread among the lower classes of humanity, especially in uncultured countries. Entire multi-million populations remain practically untouched by the inventions and ideas of geniuses. More than half of people still dwell in darkness, poverty, helplessness, and villainy. They are under the power of nature. Nature suppresses and defeats them. Yet genius points out that the power of thought lies ahead, that thought will eventually move all of humanity and place it on an immortal height, and that the blessings of thought will reach even the lowest, even animals. They too will feel, even without awareness, the gifts of thought. Everything will be happy, everything will be content, and what cannot be helped will be plunged into nirvana or non-existence, temporarily, of course. We almost believe it. Genius and family. How do we, ordinary mortals, treat a genius? What is he like in other aspects of life? How does he relate to those like him? And what are his shortcomings? This is what we'll discuss next. First and foremost, the genius is born and lives in a family. How is he received there? How is he supported, strengthened, and developed? Although the law of heredity exists and is undeniable, there are also other laws that must not be neglected. According to the first law, only a gifted, extraordinary family can produce something exceptional. And this is true in terms of lineage, although there can be exceptions, mutations. That is to say, a lineage that has produced famous individuals can sometimes continue to do so, though it often dries up due to unwise or unfortunate marriages. For example, the ancestor of Charles Darwin, Erasmus, and his son, George, were both outstanding people. The ancestors and descendants of geniuses must, to a greater or lesser extent, be remarkable. However, most often they go unrecorded in history and remain unknown to us. This is true. But there is another practical law that says, the genius depletes his lineage. This means that after the highest point in the family line, the peak, a decline follows, sometimes a steep one. Simply put, while a gifted family may, under favorable conditions, continue to produce extraordinary individuals, it does so periodically. After the highest comes the lowest. It should also be remembered that geniuses are most often the result of a fortunate combination of spouses who are not very exceptional themselves and far from geniuses. Just like aluminum and magnesium form durable duralumin, or how poisonous chlorine and sodium make essential table salt, or how soft iron and carbon create steel. Moreover, genius can develop under the pressure of life conditions, often seemingly negative. for instance, orphanhood, poverty, or social disdain due to some physical defect can stimulate inner strength, thought, and activity. The right books and people can also have an influence. From this, it's clear that while producing something extraordinary, the family itself may be modest. It merely harbors greatness within, and when it brings it forth, it might itself be at a modest level of development and natural talent. Take, for example, the brothers of the Galilean teacher, Jesus, who would visit him from afar to calm him down. He's gone beyond bounds, they would say to others, justifying their interference in the affairs of an adult relative. It was likely only after the death of his father that he could fully devote himself to his mission. Socrates' wife, Xanthippe, seemed to be dissatisfied with her husband, and, according to legend, even dumped slop on him out of spite. The word Xanthippe has become a synonym for a bad-tempered wife for good reason. Chekhov's mother didn't even quite understand what her son was doing, and would tell others, Antosha writes poems. His father would loudly read The Sealed Angel, and disturb his son while he worked on more serious material. Wives, families, brothers, and relatives are the least likely to believe in their family genius, and usually judge him based on external success, which at first is often very uncertain or even negative. At least, family members are usually tolerant and loving, though they still create drama and make life unbearable for the marked one. For example, Leo Tolstoy ran away from his wife. One of the Gospels even mentions that the brothers of the Galilean teacher did not believe in him. They said, "If you really do such things, declare yourself to the people. You have nothing to fear. Even the government will support you." So within the family, there is love, care, tolerance, tears, but total misunderstanding, fear for the fate of the beloved, repression, and sometimes an unbearable life. That's why the genius often flees from his family, leaves father and mother, relatives and kin, in order to find like-minded friends, those who will follow him into suffering, ridicule, fire, and execution. The family stifles the true genius, and only in rare exceptions does he find sympathy or support among his kin. For example, the wife and close circle of Muhammad even believed in him. But that's because he himself was not too far above them, and wasn't a first-class genius. Wives often, out of weakness for their husbands, agree with both the bad and the good, so long as it comes from their beloved. Reason plays only a minimal role here. Genius and countrymen. The countrymen and comrades of a genius, when it comes to understanding him, treat him like relatives do, only lacking love and indulgence, familial affection, and instead adding envy and ill will. Thus, Columbus, having convinced his fellow countrymen that the earth was round, stirred such indignation among them that he had to flee to another city to save his life. Galvani and Lamarck were subjected to ridicule, and these stories have no end. The Galilean teacher succeeded everywhere until he came to his native Nazareth. Under the influence of suspicion, he grew so weak there that he could perform neither healings by suggestion nor deliver a brilliant sermon. The suspicion of his countrymen, who had known him since childhood and noticed nothing unusual back then, sapped all his strength. The dear citizens, offended by his cosmopolitanism, even once seized him, intending to drag him to a cliff and hurl him into the abyss. But somehow he escaped their hands and avoided this untimely execution. How could they believe him when they had seen nothing remarkable in his earlier life? He had a father, a mother, relatives with whom the townsfolk joked, drank, ate, celebrated, intermarried, socialized, quarreled, and performed both good deeds and offenses. They knew the boy who did what all their children did, played in the streets, quarreled, begged. He was beaten by peers, comrades, parents, and elders. What was lofty or genius in that? The greatness was there, beginning to emerge, but it was in an embryonic state. His short-sighted companions overlooked it. They saw only pride, a desire to stand out, to criticize, to surpass them and their children, and thus he stirred only envy and resentment. The truths he spoke, still tentative and imperfect, offended them, because they themselves wandered in lies and self-deception. Suppose the genius conceived a great idea, to make water work, to turn millstones and grind grain. This thought, first shared with family and neighbors, arouses mockery and even condemnation. The family is kinder. But when they see that a young and strong family member, instead of working for the family's good, spends time in reflection, grows distracted, avoids communication, and even forgets to eat and drink, then come scenes, reproaches, indignation, sometimes tears and regret. They mourn him as mad, as lost. Everyone works, everyone seeks bread and has it in meager measure, and one healthy member eats and drinks, but has become a poor helper and no longer contributes to the family's welfare. Isn't that frustrating? Tragedies are possible here. If the genius is strong and the family weak, he persists. From thought he moves to attempts at realization. He builds a watermill. Naturally, he first fails. His mill can't even turn the stone. Everyone prefers hand milling, even when success seems near. Ideas and first attempts at realizing them are ridiculed, and rarely are a dreamer's visions fulfilled in his own lifetime. They are realized by future generations, sometimes after tens, sometimes after hundreds or thousands of years. What did the thinker get? Ridicule, hunger, need, the resentment of loved ones, and their suffering. The genius brought them grief. The shadow of misfortune fell upon his kin as well. Any machine, even if completed by its inventor, is initially unprofitable, arousing skepticism, mockery, and persecution. So it was with the sewing machine, the steam engine, the steamboat, and so on. The grander the idea and its benefit, the weaker its first execution. The reason is clear, the difficulty of its implementation. Inventors were considered insane and received nothing but misfortune. Only their followers achieved some practical result, which was followed by brilliant success, the fruits of which were reaped not by the poor thinkers, long decayed in their graves, but by capitalists and the powerful. Only later did the invention become public property and useful to all. The genius is struck by a great thought. He shares it with his close ones, colleagues, scholars, and usually finds no sympathy. The reason is simple. Scholars are already tired from their science and duties. Even widely publicized discoveries upset them, because they must strain to grasp new ideas. But this can't be avoided. They must, however grudgingly, keep up, because they can't afford to lag behind or ignore what has captivated the majority. But when a nobody, a small man, makes a discovery, this not only compels them to deny it without serious examination, but also to envy it. Denial turns to persecution and mockery. They feel personally insulted by the hated genius, because the discovery wasn't made by them or their class. If they admit it, people will ask, "Why didn't you make this discovery? Are you in the right place? Haven't you climbed too high?" Of course, even these reproaches are unfair. Scientists and learned people do their own great and immortal work, spreading knowledge. This, too, is a kind of genius. the genius of rapid assimilation, of receptivity. One cannot demand more than what they can give. You can't get two hides from one ox. Sometimes, to get rid of the little man faster, they conduct a dishonest review. The critic highlights small mistakes, oversights, incompleteness, and showcases them, missing the main point. An approximate calculation is branded as false. Or there's a treacherous praise that arouses distrust in the inventor and trust in the critic's kindness. Vanity also hinders recognition. In a fit of passion, they criticize the idea. To admit it now would mean relinquishing their authority. Not all scholars, of course, are like this. Many are young and generous, sincerely driven by science, on their own path to new discoveries and supportive of innovation, wherever it comes from. The negative attitude of others forces the innovator to withdraw into himself. His next brilliant idea he shares with no one. He thinks in solitude. A world of unusual ideas grows within him, strengthens, fills him with joy, gives him life, consolation, support in life's sorrows. The more time passes, the more vast the genius's imagined world becomes. The more he grows distant from humanity. The gap between him and the world keeps widening. No one understands the genius, and he no longer opens his mouth, so as not to be mocked or condemned. His alienation causes him pain. He is happy alone and sorrowful among people. He strains his thoughts to reconnect with humanity, to come close to them. He invents something simple, accessible, lowers himself to their level of understanding. And then he notices that some in the crowd are more interested in his words than others, ask sensible questions. He pays attention to them, elevates the content of his speech, and once again finds sympathy, though in a few. He makes them his students, works with them, teaches them in private, and entrusts them with independent work. His preaching among the crowd brings him new students, and they find new converts. The genius searches for them, and even finds ways to discover them. His life becomes less sorrowful, because he now has a way to share his cherished ideas and bring tangible benefit. He almost completely departs from his family, countrymen, and the crowd. The bond is too weak, and contact often ends in catastrophes, like beatings or even attempts on the thinker's life. The Galilean teacher was stoned many times. His land had plenty of stones. He was called mad, a devil's son, a helper of demons, a friend of villains. They hinted at his illegitimate birth. In the end, they nailed him to a cross. Socrates was forced to drink poison. Lavoisier was tortured, morally humiliated, and deprived of freedom. Columbus was chained in irons. Human weakness tends more to honor and glorify the dead. But it is more useful to support living geniuses. Genius and specialists. Even more sorrowful is the relationship between genius and specialists. Suppose a thinker introduces railroads. Before them, there were highways, waterways, and other, even more primitive routes. The realization of the thinker's idea must inevitably harm coachmen, road keepers, clerks, sailboat owners, innkeepers, certain workers, and so on. The general discontent of these people, hurt in their vital interests, is supported by scientists and specialists, as it affects them too. The rigidity of thought and banal ideas of those around prevent them from grasping new developments and giving them an impartial assessment. Vanity also suffers. Someone dares to be above them, smarter than them. Don't administrators already know what to do? If railroads were necessary, they would have introduced them themselves. But here's some nobody, some unknown, forcing them to strain their already exhausted minds. It feels like a rebuke for their short-sightedness, their oversight. Workers smash the new machines. Ferocious attacks on innovations begin. The famous Arago argued in France that the introduction of railways would only bring losses to the country. Hygienists and doctors claimed that fast travel was harmful not only for passengers, but also for bystanders, and therefore believed that railways should be fenced off from curious onlookers. Mechanics and manufacturers found other obstacles. For instance, they believed locomotive wheels would slide over the rails and fail to move the train. There were few supporters. Some were indifferent because they could not clearly see the benefits of the invention or the reduction in transportation costs. Others envied it. Still, others didn't understand. Most knew nothing at all about the new ideas. Those directly affected by the invention were relatively few, but they defended themselves fiercely and slowed the project's development. Professional envy is hard to eliminate, but the disasters caused by innovations could have been avoided. All displaced workers, laid off employees, ruined owners, etc., should be reassigned to new roles. This is easy for a government to do, especially one that, overall, benefits 100-fold more from the invention than it suffers losses. Every worker is valuable and can be employed if the state, with its high vantage point, takes charge. For this, of course, wise leadership is needed. People with special qualities, which is only possible in a scientifically organized society. Take the modern typewriter. It has flaws, like slow typing speed. Suppose a thinker finds a way to write 6 times faster and eliminate other defects, like complexity and high cost. How will people react? The majority will not believe him, will show little interest, and remain indifferent. Copyists will realize that pay will drop, work will be less available, and many with their typing skills will be laid off. Their profession will become useless, and they will go hungry. Even if they are powerless to stop the inventor, which is only if they're unorganized, otherwise they'd crush him instantly. They won't show him sympathy, and some may even try to sabotage him. Manufacturers have spent millions on old typewriter factories and patents. A new invention will ruin them or force them to pay for new patents and rebuild their facilities. Either way, there will be losses and bankruptcies. They are powerful, wealthy, and scientists and professionals are often dependent on them. Due to manufacturers' hostility and their influence over experts, professionals, and even technical scientists may give negative assessments of the invention. The inventor is usually weak. The rich rarely invent. Who will support him? Maybe a few kind-hearted, noble, far-sighted individuals. But they themselves are often financially weak because they've spent their lives giving to good causes. They are no longer trusted, having been deceived many times and unintentionally led others astray. They have little money left, and they themselves may still not be fully convinced of the inventor's promise. Let's suppose the inventor, with great effort and sacrifice, manages to realize his idea. But the first realization is never perfect, and therefore neither patrons nor sympathizers, nor especially enemies, find it flawless. Enemies, driven by selfish motives, exploit this natural and inevitable imperfection to categorically deny the invention's value. There are also wealthy people not involved in typewriter production who want to grow richer, but they know any new venture is risky. Feedback is mixed or even negative, and they are limited in knowledge or not versed in the relevant field. They also expect battles with competitors or existing manufacturers. These people are well fed in every sense, content in every way, and thus lack energy fear, original ventures, mental strain, and struggle. Therefore, they are of little help to a new invention. Patents are difficult to obtain, take at least a year, cost money, and require continuous payments. Furthermore, the issuance of patents may be subject to pressure or bribery if powerful interests are involved. And the more important the invention, the more people it affects, and the more enemies it attracts. The inventor, being poor, cannot endure such struggles. Without patents, he is even more helpless and gets crushed, like a bug. A few years later, the same invention resurfaces, now patented and in powerful hands. As if it makes no difference to humanity, whether the inventor or a mere opportunist, a predator, is rewarded. But this is a fallacy. First, such outcomes discourage innovation. Second, the inventor, who could have made more discoveries, perishes. Third, his gifted lineage, potential bearers of new, fruitful ideas, dies out. Fourth, an outrageous injustice occurs, which no decent person can accept, except the thief who robbed and ruined the inventor. The thief rarely feels he's done wrong. The oppressor always finds justification, or at the very least, doesn't judge himself harshly, but he gets outraged looking at others like himself. What can be done? Such is human nature. Those who judge unfairly or condemn ideas present themselves as strictly impartial, even kind. They claim they are rejecting a false idea for the inventor's own good, not to mention for the good of humanity. They've always, supposedly, watched over the public interest. What can we do? Man is cunning. But by clearly recognizing the danger of such deceit, we can fight our own duplicity and that of others. The latter is much easier. Still, a perfect social system is needed. Only then will there be no more inventors crucified, hanged, burned, imprisoned, exiled, offended, or driven to starvation. Only then will we stop trampling and destroying our own benefactors. Only then will we learn to recognize and support them on their difficult path. Usually, capitalists assign the judgment of inventions to specialists or scientists. They are strong in science and technology, have passed rigorous exams, and proved their authority through useful works and even discoveries. But those same specialists are never tested for integrity, impartiality, selflessness, or moral nobility. Such exams are not yet customary. On the contrary, those who rise in such systems are often marked by ambition, envy, greed, and other moral shortcomings. These traits played no small part in their careers. Such people should not be trusted with judgment. Let me provide more historical facts to prove that humanity, even in its highest ranks, often failed to recognize or appreciate its thinkers, inventors, reformers, and benefactors, those who propelled progress and helped man rise from animal nature toward the heavens. Everyone knows that the great Galilean teacher was humiliated, spat upon, beaten, and hanged by the clergy of his own people, the best, most distinguished, and respectable people. They accused him of lowly origins and claimed he was possessed. His fellow townspeople of Nazareth tried to push him off a cliff. Likewise, Tolstoy was excommunicated by the Synod, and only political caution saved him from imprisonment. Early inventors of steam engines were dismissed and unsupported. One of them, the Russian worker Polzunov, built a working steam engine before Watt, but was forgotten. The inventor of the sewing machine, metaphorically speaking, was beaten over the head. Mayer, the founder of the mechanical theory of heat, was recently ridiculed by scientists. Distressed and disheartened, he attempted suicide, and was committed to an asylum. Columbus inspired laughter among the elite of his time, was shackled in chains, and the America he discovered was not even named after him. The great Lavoisier was executed by the revolutionaries as a bribe-taker, even though he sacrificed his honor for science, which required costly experiments. His judges answered, "The Republic has no need of chemists." Casimir Tellier, the inventor of the refrigeration machine, recently died in poverty in Zurich. Yet thanks to him, the poor in Europe, especially in England, eat cheap meat, preserved and shipped from Australia and South America. Galileo was sentenced to be burned, but due to his old age and humility, was spared execution and only imprisoned. He died in captivity. Jan Hus was burned by a religious court, as was Giordano Bruno, who spoke of many worlds in the heavens besides Earth. Napoleon I, when shown a steamship, refused to support it, calling it a toy. Academician Arago rejected railroads, as did engineers and doctors, calling them unhealthy, unrealistic, and unprofitable. Palissy, the inventor of fine ceramics, burned the roof of his house for fuel to continue his experiments. No one thought to give him firewood. Academies denied the possibility of meteorite falls and of airplanes and airships. Russian specialists long followed these opinions. The Pythagorean school was mocked for calling the Earth a moving speck in the universe, a thought too much even for Plato, Archimedes, and Ptolemy. The latter called it nonsense. Anaxagoras, for explaining lunar eclipses naturally through the Earth's shadow, was sentenced to death with his family, commuted to exile only thanks to Pericles' eloquence. Kepler was imprisoned. His aunt was burned, and his mother died of grief after jail. Copernicus only saw his book published on his deathbed. Socrates was forced to drink poison for rejecting mythology, i.e., for defying superstition. Recently, the French academician Boileau claimed phonograph sounds were ventriloquism. To prove it, he grabbed the demonstrator by the throat. Academician Baume defended the theory of the four elements. Lavoisier called the idea of chemical elements nonsense and denied the fall of meteorites. Gassendi and Peirce rejected the existence of sunspots. Galvani was ridiculed, called a frog dance master for using frogs in experiments. The Sorbonne mocked Harvey, who discovered blood circulation. Thiers and Proudhon opposed railroads. Le Bon, who discovered gaslighting, died before seeing its application. Critics insisted fire couldn't exist without a wick. Professor Babinet called transoceanic telegraph cables impossible. Ohm was called a fool by German scientists. The Royal Society of London rejected Joule's experiments. Darwin was rejected by the French Academy of Sciences. Carlyle was scorned in France, his own homeland. Auguste Comte, the positivists' hero, declared it impossible to learn the chemical makeup of stars. He considered the idea of fixed stars unnecessary. Tolstoy also called biology and astronomy false sciences. The Royal Society of London found it absurd to publish Franklin's lightning rod research. 17th century astronomers couldn't imagine a seventh planet. 6 was their limit. Helvetius feared using the telescope in astronomy. Bichat similarly dismissed the microscope in biology. We don't even know who invented scissors, the compass, the needle, the mill. Were these benefactors rewarded or destroyed? These examples are countless. History parades in long rows the mocked, beaten, decapitated, and burned lights of the world, each strand of whose hair is worth more than 1 million ordinary people. We also see that even the judgments of scientists and thinkers toward their unrecognized peers are often mistaken, unjust, merciless, and cruel. What then can we expect from average people who can't tell left from right, living in holy but criminal ignorance? If even the famous, gifted, and learned Tolstoy rejected the greatest sciences, what can we expect from the average person? They're capable of burning and killing their benefactors and saviors without even knowing it. We saw this in cholera riots, uprisings, labor unrest, factory pogroms, and attacks on Jews. So what to do? How do we stop trampling pearls, burning shrines, destroying the roots that nourish us? How do we avoid becoming like pigs, uprooting the oak whose acorns feed them, or the rooster that doesn't recognize pearls? Salvation lies in a special societal structure, one rooted in the people themselves. But that's another story, so let's return to our theme of geniuses. If even geniuses misjudge their fellow geniuses, it's partly because they are still human, with all human flaws, envy, jealousy, egoism of all kinds, personal, sexual, familial, tribal, etc. Geniuses often develop one-sidedly, at the expense of other qualities. Their moral flaws may be stronger than those of average people. Also, a genius who gains success begins to deteriorate. He becomes worse than he was. Rich and powerful, he forgets what he endured. He no longer understands the poor and weak. He becomes an intellectual aristocrat, a know-it-all, infallible, out of touch with suffering and helplessness. Let us recall more historical examples to support our point about the intolerance of elite scholars and successful professionals. There is no greater error than to think that the geniuses who drive science and progress come from certified scientists and specialists. The greatest usually arise from all parts of humanity, without diplomas or institutional affiliations. Leonardo da Vinci was a painter. Astronomer William Herschel was a musician. Physicist Franklin, a rag picker, printer, and rough laborer. Kulibin, a self-taught townsman, like astronomer Semyonov. Botanist Mendel was a monk. Copernicus, a canon. Lamarck, a soldier. Darwin, a farmer. Lavoisier, a tax collector. Newton, a mint administrator. Priestley, a theologian. Knight, a gardener. Fraunhofer, a glassmaker. Sprengel, a schoolteacher. Boussingault, a mining employee. Watt, a mechanic. Fabre, a teacher. Pasteur, a chemist. Thayer, a doctor, like Meyer and Galvani. Edison, a self-taught man, like Faraday, a blacksmith's son. Mendeleev, a teacher. These people gave science and humanity immeasurably more than all official scientists combined. But how were they treated? What did they endure before gaining attention? Some were lucky to be recognized in their lifetimes. Fabre had a statue erected before his death. But how many others were trampled, insulted, robbed, and destroyed before they even had a chance? How many names of humanity's benefactors are lost forever? On Lamarck's tomb, his daughter wrote, "You will be avenged." How much those words say? The professors of the famous Newton forced him to flee into government work. The same happened to Mendeleev, who left the university while still capable. Cuvier persecuted Lamarck, calling him an idiot backed by fellow academics. Newton's great manuscript lay ignored for years. Edison wandered in poverty, unrecognized. So did the great Burbank. And it still happens today, especially in culturally backward countries like old Russia. Great things were not done by official scientists, but by the little people, like artilleryman Engelhardt and the great Liebig, who never finished school and became a professor only through Humboldt's connections. So to judge a great person, It's not enough to be an inventor or thinker yourself. One may not understand a foreign world or alien idea, and may simply be unjust, biased, due to common human weaknesses, especially the jealousies and envies of professionals. Ordinary people are often kind and fair, but lack the knowledge, genius, and broad vision. Only the truly exceptional, those with a pure, impartial heart and a vast, fresh, and multifaceted mind, can judge others, especially the great. Where to find such people, and who will recognize and call them to power and judgment? That is a special science, not yet public, known only to a few, and rooted in the social structure of humanity, which must learn to seek out its geniuses and evaluate all people. Weaknesses of geniuses. Talents and geniuses are, for the most part, one-sided. Some of their abilities develop at the expense of diminishing others. In everyday life, they can sometimes be weaker and more limited than anyone. Pushkin, that deep psychologist, once said of talent, "And of all the world's insignificant children, he may be the most insignificant." To a servant of a great person, their master may seem unimpressive or even contemptible, as the servant sees only his weaknesses. La Rochefoucauld once said, "Only great people have great faults." George Sand spoke similarly. That's where I have these great people, up on a shelf. It's nice to read their biographies, lovely to see them cast in bronze or carved in marble, but terrible to deal with them. They are mean, moody, tyrannical, bitter, and suspicious. Schopenhauer said, "Geniuses are not only unbearable in life, but immoral and cruel. It's hard for such people to have friends. At the heights of thought reigns solitude." Let us add that Schopenhauer himself beat up an old woman and was court-ordered to pay her a pension for life. We believe that 50% of great people may have opposite traits. But for now, let us continue about the flaws. If such flaws exist, they are quite forgivable, as they are balanced by their brilliance and passionate drive to realize their high ideals. Numerous biographies of famous individuals confirm these observations. Besides common human flaws, geniuses, due to their intense focus and talent, often possess special weaknesses. They are scattered in thought. Absorbed by their ideas, they neglect decorum, the people around them, and sacrifice everything for the triumph of their thought. They are often not stopped even by crime or the suffering of many when their cherished idea is at stake. They make terrible husbands. Laplace was notoriously stingy. Others are wasteful. Some are cold-hearted. Others overly amorous and frivolous. Sallust, Sappho, and Aristippus were so licentious as to verge on depravity. Carlyle and Nekrasov tormented their wives. Musit and Leo Tolstoy were pathologically jealous. Donizetti tormented his entire family. Rousseau abandoned his children to orphanages. Aristotle was shamefully obsequious, at least toward Alexander. Michelangelo was cowardly. Heine and Lermontov were unbearable for their sarcasm and quarrelsomeness. Bacon sold truth, and Lavoisier accepted bribes. Paracelsus was absurdly boastful. He said there was more knowledge in his cap and beard than in all the academies. He believed he would be so victorious that Aristotle would be called Little Aristotle. He also didn't consider Native Americans human, believing they hadn't descended from Adam, and thus lacked souls. Gifted people are not free from the grossest superstitions. They tend to use stimulants, alcohol, hashish, morphine, and often destroy themselves and their talent prematurely. Such were Edgar Allan Poe, Pomyalowski, Nikolai Uspensky, and many others. At the same time, Geniuses move us with their selflessness, focus, and devotion to their ideas. Baudelaire Zulène starved to death, yet still spent what he had on books. Newton knew nothing of women. Geniuses concentrate to such an extent that they lose awareness of the world around them and are seen as mad or ill. When Newton wrote his Principia, he became so absorbed he forgot to dress or eat. Once, having eaten, he forgot he had and went to eat again, surprised to find his meal already gone. Leibniz spent months practically chained to his desk. Mill walked the streets like an automaton. Curie was killed by a horse-drawn cart in such a state. The same happened to Kostomarov, though he survived. Diderot forgot the days, months, years, and names of close people. Gogol, Goethe, Socrates, Archimedes didn't notice mortal danger while working. Ampère, leaving his apartment, once chalked a note on his door. Ampère will be back in the evening. When he unexpectedly returned during the day, he read the note and left again, forgetting he was Ampère. He also blew his nose in the same cloth he used to wipe chalk during lectures, and his chalk-smeared face amused students. Others wrote equations on carriage doors and chased after them when the carriages left. Some sat on street bollards instead of in the carriage. Archimedes, while bathing, made his hydrostatics discovery. Forgetting he was naked, he ran into the street, screaming in joy, "Now I understand." After finishing his work, a genius regains self-awareness and seems more human again. But overall, he is often below the average in practical life. That's understandable. The intense development of some abilities tends to come at the expense of others. It is a mistake to believe that a genius is superior in everything. The brains of talented people, like Gambetta, were sometimes smaller than average. If the brains of Cuvier, Helmholtz, and others were larger than average, it may be attributed to a childhood tendency toward hydrocephalus, water on the brain. There are many people with large or diseased brains, but true geniuses are 1,000,000 times rarer, and most of them had average-sized heads. This makes sense. Genius is not so much a matter of quantity as it is of quality. Still, among the educated professions, brain volume tends to be above average. But first, those people are not necessarily geniuses. And second, modern higher education requires, especially through exams, an exceptional memory, which is impossible without a larger brain. Geniuses develop early, but do not usually stand out officially in school. Oswald, in his research, says geniuses tend to be poor students. Liebig became a professor only through Humboldt's patronage. Gogol also got his teaching post in this way. At a local school, Gogol was certified as a dunce and a loafer. Pushkin struggled at the Lyceum and cried during arithmetic lessons. Tolstoy received failing marks at university exams. Chekhov had to repeat grades twice in gymnasium. It would be tragic for the geniuses of the past if they had to live today. Many would not pass modern academic and life tests. Not that these tests are perfect, but this has always been the case. Life has often discarded and extinguished talent. Of course, there are moral geniuses, like Buddha, Jesus, Confucius, and the saints. They would judge fairly, but unfortunately, they are just as one-sided as other geniuses, and thus might not be able to properly evaluate all types of ideas. There are also possible geniuses who have a bit of everything, but enough. These are the rarest and most precious of all. It is they who should be entrusted with judgment. They would know how to draw upon the knowledge of other equally honest specialists. The fate of the inventor. Let us imagine the overall picture of a genius's life. Say, an inventor's. There are different kinds of inventions. Some can be easily realized using the resources of even a poor inventor. Various improvements such as pins, buckles, needles, cufflinks, buttons, simple tools, and household items. Such an inventor is in a better position. But even here, patent costs and unfamiliarity with legal regulations serve as obstacles. Many believe, and even lawyers are often ignorant in this matter, that it is enough for the author to prove the originality of their invention, and the matter is settled. Patents will be secured. But in reality, one must remain completely silent about the invention until a provisional certificate from the patent office has been obtained. Ignorance of this rule often leads to the invention being stolen and patented by others. Not necessarily inventive, but cunning, ambitious, or greedy. Even when an inventor does obtain a patent, they are drained by progressive fees before the invention begins to bring in profit. Failure to pay these duties strips the inventor of their rights, and the invention becomes public property, a cash cow for manufacturers. Patent journals are published everywhere, detailing and illustrating all new inventions. Most of them no longer belong to their authors. Anyone interested can extract whatever they like from these publications without paying fees. This is good, but only to a degree, because it does not encourage original thought. In doing so, we lose far more than we gain. We destroy genius with our short-sighted greed, right at the moment of its birth. Genius brings humanity trillions, and yet we begrudge it even thousands. What could be more insane than this? How many inventors, disillusioned, embittered, or lacking moral strength, hide their inventions and great ideas, which could have transformed the world, because of humanity's unreasonable attitude. If the inventor meets a decent person, that person may buy the invention, patent it, and exploit it, sometimes even sharing profits with the inventor. But it is difficult to foresee the value and success of even the simplest invention. So even the most conscientious buyer usually pays a meager sum. Other inventions, more complex and less obvious, require capital and talent to bring to fruition. Here, buyers and patrons become even more cautious. They cannot assess the invention themselves and turn to specialists. Specialists, more often than not, give a cursory opinion, focus on the difficulties, and refuse responsibility out of fear of losing their reputation. The more complex and ingenious the invention, the more sacrifice, time, and skill it demands, and the more miserable the inventor becomes, because the success of the endeavor depends on the support of many. Patents are nearly useless here, as the legal term allowed for implementation is far too short, and the invention is lost to its creator, even when granted protection from multiple countries. Without patents, there are always those ready to exploit another's idea. But silence is also impossible. No one will know about the invention, and there will be no one to help. There are many false inventors, discoverers of America, who often find support, but then fail their patrons and experts, spreading the idea that the world of invention is full of risk. How, then, can one distinguish true prophets from charlatans? Since only 1 out of 1,000 attempts is truly worthwhile, people tend to believe inventors are mad, talentless, and narrow-minded. They are avoided like the plague, and considered an embarrassment. Supporting them is seen as ignorance, like backing quacks, fools, vagabonds, or loafers. The same fate awaits thinkers, beginning writers, and people of talent. There are just too many among them who are mediocre, half-formed, and no one, no specialist, no thinker, can guess who among them is destined for brilliance. Only a truly well-ordered society could solve this problem. But such a society does not yet exist, and must be created. The multitude of attempts at invention and high ideals is, in essence, a good thing. It proves that society will one day know how to harness them to achieve unprecedented progress and prosperity. The world is desperately flawed. Its languages, or rather systems of human communication, alphabets, numeration, calendars are all inadequate. Morality, laws, religions, and social systems are all defective. Roads, factories, the exploitation of natural forces are far from perfect. Agriculture and plant cultivation are lacking. The relationships between people and toward animals are absurd. People do nothing to improve their own breed, i.e., their nature, or to increase their numbers efficiently. The earth remains a sparsely populated desert, largely dominated by nature rather than by man. There seems to be a vast field open to inventors, thinkers, and doers. But where are they? Trying to break free from their shackles, the ignorant, dull, animal-like pressure of the surrounding herd. They can't even raise their heads without suffering a severe blow. They are pushed back to the ground. They lie, crushed, helpless, and pitiful. It would be better if we, the average people, supported all those striving upward without harsh judgment, or with great leniency. I don't mean we should foolishly risk public resources, but for most inventors and thinkers, it would be enough not to let them die of hunger and cold, to give them some leisure, a break from life's worries, and access to books, tools, and workshops where they could attempt to realize their ideas, however crude, foolish, unscientific, uncalculated, unoriginal, or ill-conceived. Moreover, the tendency toward invention or innovation may be fruitless 100 times, but the 101st might yield astonishing results. Even if a quarter of humanity's workforce were absorbed in invention and new ideas, supported by the rest, humanity would still benefit enormously from the constant flow of inventions and intellectual work coming from this mass of upward striving individuals. Some would produce nothing. Others would contribute something in 10 or 20 years. A very few would deliver quick, multiplied, and great results. Those who produced such results, even once, even a little, could be recognized and supported according to their merit. The unsuccessful could be returned to ordinary work for a year or more, contributing like average people. In this way, the number of idlers could be reduced hundreds or even thousands of times in just 1 year. In my opinion, we should not begrudge devoting half of humanity's labor force to the work of thought. Are there higher powers? Is there a first cause behind all things and phenomena? Of course, such a cause must exist, and it is the one that governs the fate of the world, and, in particular, of earthly humanity. In essence, it is the universe itself. But how does the universe relate to humankind? How does it treat its chosen ones, those marked with the seal of genius? Strangely, at first glance, this relationship appears indifferent, perhaps even cruel. That humanity is unhappy, imperfect, suffering, and often mad is evident. But this can be explained by its infancy, its early stage of development. That stage will pass, and then perfection, bliss, and immortality, like in many of the countless worlds of the universe, will come. But how can we explain, how can we justify fate's apparent indifference to its chosen ones, its beloveds, its geniuses? We have already listed, or at least mentioned enough, examples of the cruel fate that befalls geniuses. Average people remain whole, calm, secure, and as much as possible, happy. But how can the first cause be so harsh to geniuses? One is struck down in the prime of life and productivity. Another is held back by illness or old age and prevented from completing their work. A third is destroyed by a random accident. Why were Pushkin and Lermontov killed in foolish duels? Why was the Galilean teacher crucified in the full bloom of his years? Why was Curie run over by a cart and Moseley struck down by a stray bullet? How can we explain? How can we justify the deaths of so many gifted minds? Partly, these tragedies result from the imperfections of the human crowd, its customs, institutions, and laws, the outcry over the execution of a genius, a righteous person, a benefactor of mankind, leaves a deep and lasting impression on people, lasting for centuries, and warns them against making the same mistakes. The death of a few innocent individuals saves many others of similar or lesser worth. On one hand, the responsibility lies with the crowd's crimes. On the other hand, it is fate, the first cause, that ultimately governs all. If this cause does not intervene in an unfair or insane situation, in some miraculous or mysterious way, it may be for a reason, to teach humanity a lesson. The death of one saves many. It touches the human heart with pity and remorse and inspires reverence for the higher moral stature of the fallen. There is also another reason why fate may allow great individuals to perish at the height of their strength. The genius may have already accomplished much, reached the peak of their development. What follows is practical success, the triumph of the chosen one. Power comes next, and power corrupts human nature, which is still flawed, very quickly. The once great genius begins to regress. People become disillusioned with him. He can no longer serve as an eternal example of truth and greatness. Without the loss of geniuses, there would be no living ideals. Let's go even further. If the genius, after gaining power, deteriorates, he may still retain that power for a long time, and his heirs may also hold on to it. This results in much harm, possibly far more than the good that was once done. This is the point. Misfortunes elevate a person, if, of course, they are measured to match the strength of the chosen one, while happiness, success, and indulgence of passions corrupt, depersonalize, and weaken them. Such is the pitiable nature of man, even one gifted with genius. A genius is still unable to fully shed his animal origins, his earthly passions. Yet the sudden deaths of many gifted individuals remain somewhat incomprehensible. Perhaps if we knew their future fate, what would have happened had they lived, we might see their untimely death as a benevolent act of the universe, of the first cause. Monism of the universe. Prediction. In my dying years, I fear that you will leave this life with sorrow in your heart, without learning from me, from the pure source of knowledge, that there is continuous joy awaiting you. That is why I am writing this summary, without having completed numerous major works yet. I want this life of yours to be a lucid dream of future, never-ending happiness. My sermon, in my eyes, is not even a dream, but a strictly mathematical deduction from exact knowledge. I want to lead you into the delight of contemplating the universe, the destiny awaiting all, the marvelous history of the past and future of every atom. It will increase your health, lengthen your life, and give you strength to endure the vicissitudes of fate. You will die with joy and in the conviction that happiness, perfection, limitlessness, and the subjective continuity of rich organic life await you. My conclusions are more comforting than the promises of the most cheerful religions. No positivist is more sober than I am. Even Spinoza, compared to me, is a mystic. If my wine is intoxicating, it is still natural. To understand me, you must absolutely renounce everything obscure, like occultism, spiritualism, dark philosophies, all authority except that of exact science, i.e., mathematics, geometry, mechanics, physics, chemistry, biology, and their applications. Panpsychism, or everything feels. I am the purest materialist. I recognize nothing but matter. In physics, chemistry, and biology, I see one mechanic. The whole cosmos is only an infinite and complex mechanism. Its complexity is so great that it borders on arbitrariness, surprise, and chance. It gives the illusion of free will of conscious beings. Although, as we shall see, everything is periodic, nothing is ever strictly repeated. The ability of organisms to sense the pleasant and unpleasant I call sensitivity. Note this, for by this word is often meant responsiveness. In living things, reflexes. Responsiveness is quite different. All bodies of the cosmos are responsive. Thus, all bodies change in volume, shape, color, strength, transparency, and all other properties depending on temperature, pressure, light, and generally the influence of other bodies. Dead bodies are even sometimes more responsive than living ones. So thermometer, barometer, hygroscope, and other scientific instruments are much more responsive than man. Every particle of the universe is responsive. Let's explain. Of the animals known to us, man is the most sensitive. The other known animals are less sensitive the lower their organization. Plants are even less sensitive. It's a continuous ladder. It does not end at the boundary of living matter, because there is no boundary. It is artificial, like all boundaries. The sensibility of the higher animals we may call joy and sorrow, suffering and delight, pleasantness and unpleasantness. The sensations of the lower animals are not so strong. We do not know their names and have no idea of them. All the more incomprehensible to us are the senses of plants and inorganic bodies. The strength of their sensibility is close to zero. I speak on the ground that with death, or the transition of the organic to the inorganic, sensibility ceases. If it ceases in fainting due to cardiac arrest, so much the more it disappears in the complete destruction of the living. Sensation disappears, but responsiveness remains in a dead body. Only it becomes less intense and more accessible to the scientist than to the average person. A man can describe his joys and agonies. We believe him to feel as we do, though there is no definite evidence for this, an interesting example of belief in the unscientific. Higher animals, by their cries and movements, make us guess that their feelings are similar to ours. But lower creatures cannot do either. They only flee from what is harmful to them. Plants often can't do either. Does this mean that they feel nothing? The inorganic world is also unable to communicate anything about itself. But this does not mean that it does not possess a lower form of sensitivity. Only the degree of sensitivity of different parts of the universe is different and varies continuously from 0 to an indefinitely large value. In higher beings, i.e., more perfect than men. They are derived from humans as well, or are on other planets. Everything is continuous, and everything is one. Matter is one. Also its responsiveness and sensitivity. The degree of sensitivity depends on material combinations. As the living world in its complexity and perfection represents a continuous ladder descending to dead matter, so the power of feeling represents the same ladder, which does not disappear even at the boundary of the living. If responsiveness, a mechanical phenomenon, does not cease, why will sensibility, a phenomenon wrongly called psychic, i.e., having nothing to do with matter, cease? We give materiality to this word. Both these and other phenomena go in parallel, in accord, and never leave either the living or the dead, though on the other hand, the amount of sensation in the dead is so small that we may conventionally or approximately regard it as absent. If a white speck of dust falls on black paper, this is no reason to call it white. The white speck of dust is this sensitivity of the dead. In a mathematical sense, the whole universe is alive, but the power of sensitivity is manifested in all its brilliance only in the higher animals. Every atom of matter feels according to its surroundings. Getting into highly organized beings, he lives their life and feels pleasant and unpleasant. Getting into the inorganic world, he is asleep, is in a deep swoon, in nothingness. Even in one animal, wandering through the body, he lives then the life of the brain, then the life of the bone, hair, nail, epithelium, etc. So he is then thinking, then living like an atom enclosed in stone, water, or air. Then it sleeps without being conscious of time. Then it lives in the moment like lower beings. Then it is conscious of the past and draws a picture of the future. The higher the organization of the being, the further this conception of the future and the past extends. I am not only a materialist, but also a panpsychist, recognizing the sensitivity of the whole universe. This property I regard as inseparable from matter. Everything is alive, but conventionally we consider alive only that which feels strongly enough. Since all matter can always, under favorable conditions, pass into an organic state, we can conventionally say that inorganic matter in embryo is, potentially, alive. 3 bases of judgment. For our reasoning, we have 3 beginnings, or 3 elements: time, space, and force. Everything else is derived from them, even sensibility. These 3 concepts are peculiar only to the higher mind, and are its results, i.e., the structure of the brain. The simplest concept is time. It has 2 directions, past and future, and a certain magnitude, i.e., it is measurable, like any magnitude. Like any magnitude, it is infinite, i.e., it has neither beginning nor end. I mean to say that there is as much time as there is in the universe. Every atom is generously endowed with time. All enormous times known and imagined are a perfect zero in comparison with its stock in nature. The greatest gift of the cosmos, for every part of it, hence for man, is endless time. The idea of space is more complicated. It has not only many directions, but we attribute to it different shapes, volumes, etc. In nature, space has no boundaries. It is as abundant as time. So the atom is also endowed with inexhaustible and limitless space. The concept of force is even more complex. It derives from the concepts of time and space. These 3 elements of judgments are abstract, i.e., they do not exist separately in the universe, but they all merge in the idea of matter. They also define it. Without matter, neither time, space, nor force exists, and vice versa. Where there is one of these concepts, there is matter. It is defined by these 3 concepts. They are, of course, quite subjective. We find it of little use to go into their essence. Law of repetition. Some people deny infinity altogether, but after all, one of 2 things, finiteness or infinity. There can be no middle opinion. The finiteness of any magnitude cannot be admitted. So there's only one thing to accept: infinity. In the past, the earth was thought to be the only earth. Everything else was the sky, which had nothing to do with the earth. The stars, the moon, and the sun were all gods. Then science found out that with one sun, there are more than 1,000 planets like the earth. The sun was also thought to be the only sun. It was mostly considered to be the main god. But they found several thousand million suns, none worse than ours. And since they are surrounded by hundreds of planets, like our sun, the number of Earths increases to hundreds of billions. A group of suns with their retinues of planets is called the Milky Way and makes up the so-called spiral nebula. From far enough away, this set of suns should indeed appear to us in the form of a barely visible nebulous spot. At present, there are about 1 million such nebulae. Hence, it is clear that the number of planets in the cosmos still increases 1 millionfold, and already reaches hundreds of millions of billions. For every human being on Earth, there would be 100 million of them. Further than this, the facts do not go. But imagination and intelligence will tell us that the discovered million spiral nebulae or Milky Ways also constitute one group, one astronomical unit of the fourth category. I have reason to call it an etheric island. But is it possible that it is the only one in nature? After all, it occupies an infinitesimal part of all space. The rest of the infinite part of it is empty, isn't it? Where there is space, there must be matter. And since space is infinite, the spread of matter is also unlimited. We come to the conclusion that there is no end of etheric islands. Their group makes up a unit of the fifth order. The number of discharges of astronomical units is probably as limitless as time and space, i.e. there is also the sixth and seventh discharge, without end. The phenomena of the cosmos are periodic. In general, the universe has always had the same shape. People tend to think that everything dies as they themselves die. By death, they mean the eternal extinguishing of life or state. This is one of the illusions of the mind called anthropomorphism, or the likening of surrounding phenomena to human life. The anthropomorphist thinks that some stick, mountain, weed, insect thinks and does like himself. For example, a stone is born, grows, dies, a mountain thinks, a bacterium thinks, an amoeba is cunning, etc. But one cannot help but believe in the reverse process, regeneration. Isn't the birth of plants, animals, and man the reverse process of dying? Do we see only one destruction of the organism? Creation, the opposite of death, reigns equally. It is even stronger than dying, for the number of organisms on Earth is continually increasing. The population of the Earth could increase, with the greatest prosperity, 1,000-fold. If it were not for the limited solar energy attributable to the Earth, the whole of it could be transformed into living things. The whole planet down to the very bowels could then come to life. After this picture, can one doubt the vitality of matter? The brain and the soul are mortal. They are destroyed at the end. But atoms or parts of them are immortal, and therefore rotten matter is again restored and again gives life, by the law of progress, even more perfect life. The planets were shining suns and went out. The same thing awaits all suns. They must go out. Their rays, the source of life, will cease, and the living world on the planets will die. The universe will become like a dungeon without windows or doors. But is it possible? Will it last forever? The universe has lived for an infinity of time, and if the suns were fading away, there would not be the thousands of billions of suns we now see in the Milky Ways. Rarely do astronomers observe suns fading away. Much more often, new suns arise. There are a few in the Milky Way every century. This is also true of other spiral nebulae. There, too, there are flashes of nascent suns. Here is the clue to the eternal radiance of the Milky Way, and a million other similar spiral nebulae, although the suns go out, but in place of them ignite new ones. So the sun shines for billions of years, revitalizing the matter on the cooled planets. Then they cool from the surface and give off no rays. But the atomic process within them does not stop. They accumulate radioactive matter, which gives matter elemental and very elastic. All this ends with an explosion, i.e., the appearance of a temporary star and the formation of a rarefied gas mass, which gives after billions of years the sun with planets and their satellites. Spiral nebulae, terribly distant groups of suns or Milky Ways, also die, i.e., their suns merge and become very rarefied matter. The merger of the stars of each Milky Way is inevitable, according to probability theory, but it takes an enormous amount of time to calculate. It's billions of times the lifetime of a single solar system. The merger is followed by a period of brilliance, followed by cooling, and then the explosion, the formation of a nebula, i.e., the rudimentary Milky Way. But it too is resurrected, or again yields a Milky Way composed of a group of suns. The proof of this emergence is provided by those hundreds of thousands of spiral nebulae, which do not escape the sight of the giant telescopes. If some of them fade away, others regenerate from the faded invisible ones. Also the group of Milky Ways, i.e., the etheric island, must have a temporary end. But etheric islands are also numerous. If one of them is transformed into elementary matter, another arises from a similar one. All astronomical units live and die to arise again, or rather, only transformed, forming then complex, then more elementary matter, and giving us then a view of the starry sky, then a view of rarefied, mostly invisible gas. If the period of the solar system is billions years, the period of the Milky Way, astronomical unit of the third class, lasts quadrillions years, and the life of the etheric island is sextillions. The more complex the astronomical unit, the higher its class, the longer its recurring period. What is the conclusion? The conclusion is that the universe, in general, has always presented the same picture. Though our planetary system may have been a nebula billions of years ago, the appearance of the Milky Way, for quadrillions of years, remained the same. It was a cluster of hundreds of millions of suns of varying ages, from planetary nebulae to dark suns frozen from the surface. Although the Milky Way quadrillions of years ago was a single, extremely rarefied matter, there were other Milky Ways in the etheric island composed of a collection of suns, and the pattern of it, on the average, remained almost unchanged for sextillions of years. Also, the etheric island was temporarily destroyed, but a group of them, or fifth-class units, lived still, consisting of many surviving etheric islands. Each contained millions of Milky Ways, each of the latter, in turn, consisting of hundreds of millions of solar systems, and each solar system of hundreds of planets. So always the universe contained many planets illuminated by the sun's rays. The entire infinity of the cosmos cannot be grasped by the limited human mind. But let's imagine that we can observe our one etheric island for sextillion years. What would we see then? In each Milky Way of which it is composed, many times suns are extinguished, nebulae arise, becoming giant suns and then planetary systems. And our solar system has to die and arise many times. Many more billions of years pass, and we see the suns in any Milky Way gradually merge. They come close to unity, and after many trillions of years to extinction. having previously passed through a period of unimaginable brilliance from the collision and merger of the suns. So we see, after quadrillions of years, the extinguishing of the Milky Ways, their conversion into nebulae, and a new emergence in the form of a collection of solar systems. Sextillions of years hold the etheric island, whose Milky Ways are destroyed and arisen many times. But at last the Milky Ways also merge. The etheric island itself is destroyed, to arise again in all the splendor of its life. What is to be regarded as the beginning of the universe? If we confine ourselves to the etheric island, we may take the state of the island as amorphous matter as the beginning of the universe. But we should not forget that this beginning is only the beginning of a period, and is repeated an infinite number of times. If the Milky Way is considered as space, then the beginning of the universe will be its gaseous state. And this beginning, of course, is only the beginning of one of the infinitely repeating periods. Finally, if the world is limited to the solar system, then the beginning of the cosmos will be its state in the form of very rarefied matter. Periodicity of the structure of atoms and their positions in celestial bodies. The universe is composed of simple and complex bodies. There are about 90 known simple bodies. There are probably many more. There are billions of complex bodies, in fact, an unimaginable number of them. They're made up of simple ones. But even the simple ones are being transformed before our eyes into even simpler ones, i.e., with a lower atomic weight. Now in science, there are many reasons to consider 90 known chemical elements to be composed of hydrogen. Astronomy confirms the same. The rudimentary suns, i.e. planetary nebulae, contain very few of the simplest elements. Then they already give suns containing known and unknown to us simple bodies. Thus, what man on earth has seen with the greatest effort only recently, nature has been doing continuously since the beginning of time, albeit slowly. From the simpler, probably single matter, substance, essence, beginning, is obtained all the variety of the so-called chemical elements and their compounds, and vice versa. In the explosion of extinguished suns and the formation of planetary nebulae, simple matter is obtained from complex matter. However, both processes are always going on simultaneously, but one prevails or the other. Decomposition, analysis, predominates in the complex matter, and suns and union, synthesis, in the initial simple matter. In the transformations of astronomical units we have described, all matter not only moves or mixes, but continuously simple bodies are transformed into complex ones and back again. I want to say that gold, lead, and other elements are transformed into hydrogen and helium, and back again. Hydrogen, helium, and other simple bodies of small atomic weight into gold, silver, iron, aluminum, etc. I wish also to express that the central parts of the heavenly bodies fall to the surface of them and back again. In a word, everything is continuously and periodically moved and transformed. This process of exchange and transformation of elements is also always going on, apart from catastrophic phenomena. All suns emit and lose matter. They also receive it. The luminous ones lose more than they receive, and the dark ones, vice versa. Not excluded from this, of course, are the planets, which always possess at least a small degree of radioactivity. Monism. We preach monism in the universe, nothing more. The whole process of science consists in this striving for monism, for unity, for an elementary beginning. Its success is determined by the degree to which unity is achieved. Monism in science is due to the structure of the cosmos. Did not Darwin and Lamarck strive for monism in biology? Do not geologists desire the same? Physics and chemistry draw us in the same direction. Astronomy and astrophysics have proved the unity of the formation of the heavenly bodies, the similarity of earth and sky, the uniformity of their substance and radiant energy. Even the historical sciences strive for monism, and biology unites cells of lower creatures, forming animals with a single control, brain, soul, unites people in societies, striving to merge into one powerful body. Soon, the whole earth must unite in this way. This unification on other planets must reach a higher result. I will add to the already known types of unity, the universal sensitivity of matter, the potential ability of every atom, under difficult conditions, to live. The brain thinks, but the atoms composing it feel. The brain is destroyed. The intense feeling of atoms disappeared, replaced by the feeling of nothingness, close to zero. It's impossible to deny the timely emergence of organic life on large planets like Earth. There is much in common between the planets of different solar systems. They are composed of the same substances, are of sufficient size to have seas and atmospheres, are illuminated by the rays of suns, are subject to gravity, have 24 hours and seasons. Why should not life originate on them as it did on the earth? It is true that the planets distant from the luminous luminary are cold, while those close to the sun are hot. But each sun has many planets. Some of them must be, like the earth, at a favorable distance from the luminary, and therefore must be suitable for life. Then theories show that all the planets separated from the sun, first touching it, and only then gradually moving away, so that every planet, for some interval of time, was under conditions of temperature suitable for the self-generation and development of life. On the contrary, every planet, and including the Earth, was once not in these conditions. In the same way, every planet that now has a favorable degree of heat will eventually lose it as it moves away from the luminary. Moreover, this central luminary itself, by kindling or waning, also gives to all planets convenient moments for the development of life, regardless of the change in their distance from the sun. Some planets are small, and therefore without liquids or atmospheres. Others are large, and therefore have not yet cooled. And when they cool down, they have already gone far away from their sun and did not receive enough of its rays. Therefore, neither small nor large planets have not given life. Note, however, that these moments can last for billions of years, which is enough for the conception and development of organisms. Conceived at a convenient moment, life does not die when conditions change, because these changes occur gradually, and life has time to adapt to them. Small planets have no atmospheres. It is as if this prevents the formation of living things. Let's not argue now. Still, the conclusion is this. Most of the large planets, or rather planets with gas shells, either are, or were, or will be inhabited. What we can expect from mankind. It is difficult to imagine the process of life on any planet without turning to Earth. What can we expect from the population of the globe? Man has made the great journey from dead matter to single-celled creatures, and from there to his present semi-animal state. Will he stop on this path? If it does, it will not stop now, for we can see the giant strides in the progress of science, technology, living conditions, and social organization of mankind. This also points to changes in humanity itself. In any case, these changes must take place. True, so far man himself is little changed. The same remnants of animal passions, instincts, weakness of mind, routine. In terms of social development, he is even inferior to ants and bees, but in general, he is ahead of the animals, and therefore has progressed greatly. Nothing stops immediately, nor will man stop in his development, especially since the mind has long been prompting him to his moral imperfection. But so far, the animal inclinations are stronger, and the mind cannot overcome them. We may soon expect the advent of a reasonable and moderate social order on earth, which will be in accordance with his properties and his limitations. Unification will come, wars will cease as a consequence, for there will be no one to fight with. A happy social order suggested by geniuses will make technology and science move forward with unimaginable speed and improve human life with the same speed. This will entail increased reproduction. The population will increase 1,000 times, making man the true master of the earth. He will transform the land, change the composition of the atmosphere, and exploit the oceans extensively. The climate will be changed at will or need. The whole earth will be made inhabitable and bear great fruit. There will be full scope for the development of both social and individual properties of man without harming people. It is hard to imagine the picture of the future man's mental world, his security, comfort, understanding of the universe, calm joy and confidence in cloudless and endless happiness. No billionaire can have anything like that now. The technology of the future will make it possible to overcome the Earth's gravity and travel throughout the solar system. All its planets will be visited and studied. Imperfect worlds will be eliminated and replaced by their own populations. Surround the sun with artificial dwellings, borrowing material from asteroids, planets, and their satellites. This will enable a population 2 billion times larger than Earth's population to exist. In part, it will give the celestial colonies its surplus of people. In part, the relocated cadres will reproduce themselves. This reproduction will be frightfully rapid, as a huge proportion of testicles and sperm will go to work. Around the sun, in the proximity of the asteroids, billions upon billions of creatures will grow and perfect themselves. There will be very diverse breeds of perfect beings, suitable for life in different atmospheres, at different gravity, on different planets, suitable for existence in the void or in thin gas, living with food and living without it, only sunlight, beings tolerating heat, beings tolerating cold, tolerating sharp and significant changes in temperature. However, there will prevail the most perfect type of organism living in the ether and feeding directly on solar energy, like a plant. After the population of our solar system, other solar systems of our Milky Way will begin to populate. It would be difficult to separate man from the Earth. It was much easier to overcome the solar attraction, due to the freedom of movement in the ether and the enormous radiant energy of the entire sun, which could be used by man. The Earth turns out to be the starting point for the settlement in the Milky Way. Where on the planets they meet a desert or an underdeveloped, ugly world, they will painlessly eliminate it and replace it with their own world. Where good fruit can be expected, they will leave it to develop. A hard road has been travelled by the population of the Earth. It has been a long and painful road, and there is still a lot of time left for agonizing development. This path is undesirable, but the Earth, settling in its spiral nebula, i.e., the Milky Way, eliminates this hard road for others and replaces it with an easy one that eliminates suffering and does not take away the billions of years needed for self-generation. Repopulating the universe. What we have a right to expect from our planet, we have the same right to expect from others. All planets with atmospheres have at some time manifested the rudiments of life, but on some of them, because of their older age and conditions, it blossomed more luxuriantly and more rapidly, gave beings technical and mental power, and became the source of higher life for the other planets of the universe. They became centers for the spread of perfect life. These streams met each other without inhibiting each other and populated the Milky Way. All had the same goal: to populate the universe with perfect life for the common benefit. How could there be disagreement? They met along the way both rudimentary cultures, the ugly, the backward, and the normally developing, where they eliminated life and where they left it to develop and renew itself. In the vast majority of cases, they caught life backward, in the form of soft-bodied, worms, unicellular, or even lower. There was no point in waiting billions of years of agonizing development from it to produce conscious and intelligent beings. It was much more likely, easier, and painless to breed ready-made, more perfect breeds. I think that we, on the Earth, will not wait for wolves or bacteria to become human beings, but will rather breed the most successful representatives of them. The sowers of higher life also reasoned the same way. In some places, they destroyed the rudiments of primitive life or ugly, developed life. In some places, they waited for good fruits and renewal of cosmic life. In this way, other Milky Ways, groups of suns or spiral nebulae, were populated without suffering. The same happened in all etheric islands and in the entire boundless universe. From the happiest, most favorable points it spread, without the painful process of self-nucleation, into the vicinity of neighboring suns and rapidly filled the infinite deserts. Reason and higher social organizations have dominated, dominate, and will continue to dominate the universe. Reason is that which leads to the eternal welfare of every atom. Reason is the supreme or true egoism. Worlds in an infantile state, like Earth, in the cosmos, are rare exceptions. Are there many one-day-old people on Earth? Even fewer just born. Exactly, seconds-old infants. Only 1 in 1.5 billion of the Earth's population. There are also few worlds in infancy. There in the universe, they are especially few in view of the fact that most repopulation is accomplished through emigration, displacement. Already, a ready-made, perfect semblance of humanity populated the cosmos. What are the conclusions? We see an infinite universe with an infinite number of decillions of perfect beings, obtained by painless reproduction and settlement. Such pockets of life as the Earth constitute an extremely rare exception, like an infant having 1/3 of age. That is why the painful life of the Earth is rare, because it was obtained by self-generation and not by settlement. In the cosmos, repopulation prevails as a more advantageous process. For man breeds carrots and apples from ready-made organisms. What madness it would be if he wanted to obtain them by self-generation. It's possible, only you'd have to wait 1,000,000 years for carrots. But in space self-generation is allowed, though extremely rare, because of the need to renew or replenish the perfect ones. In some places they degenerate and are eliminated because of the regression encountered in some places. A fresh influx is necessary. Otherwise perfect life may be extinguished or displaced by ugly life. The role of the Earth and similar few planets, though suffering, is an honorable one. Earth's perfected stream of life is destined to replenish the dwindling of the regressing rocks of the cosmos. Earth's population has a hard lot, a high feat. Few planets get it. Barely 1 in 1 billion. It can't be otherwise. Otherwise it would be contrary to the reason of the perfect, i.e., the highest selfishness. They cannot work to their own detriment. A certain amount of suffering in the cosmos is a bitter necessity, in view of the possibility of the reverse development of beings, regression, reversal. But it can be said that the organic life of the universe is in a brilliant state. All living beings are happy, and this happiness is even difficult for man to comprehend. Overwhelmed by the eye-watering picture of earthly disorder, you may object, how is it so, if there are so many unhappy people on earth? Do we call snow black on the grounds that there are a few microscopically small dark dust particles on its surface? After all, snow glistens in a way that hurts the eyes. Are we afraid of losing, if for 1,000,000,000,000 winnings, one ticket is blank? We are not even afraid of dying this year, even though there is at least a 2 to 3% chance of dying. The sense of the atom or its parts. We have seen that every atom, i.e., every constituent part of the cosmos, during the upheavals, during the infinitely recurring great and small periods of all astronomical units, during their decay and restoration, and itself is transformed. The atom is then decomposed, and its weight or mass decreases, or it is created, and its atomic weight increases. Heavy, massive elements are transformed into light elements and back again. This is even a necessary condition for the periodicity of suns, Milky Ways, and other astronomical units. One thing is related to another. If there were no transformation of elements, there would be no periodicity of astronomical units, and vice versa. In addition, the atom moves around. For example, it goes from the central parts of the celestial body to the marginal parts, from suns to planets, and back again. And this is repeated without end. From this we can see that there is not a single atom which does not take part countless times in the higher animal life. Thus, when it enters the atmosphere or soil of the planets, it sometimes enters the brain of higher beings. Then he lives their life and feels the joy of conscious and cloudless existence. It may take billions of years for this case of incarnation. Still, the atom participates in life innumerable times. Time is infinite, and no matter how we divide it into colossal intervals, the number of these intervals is infinitely large. In other words, the time of the atom's participation in the higher life, and there is no other, in general, is, in an absolute sense, infinite. This participation never ceases. But you will say, in a relative sense, it is small, because brief periods of life are separated by billions of years of non-existence. But nothingness does not count against subjective time. It is as if it does not exist. There is, as it were, one supremely conscious and never-ending happy life. To understand this better, let us talk about absolute and subjective time and its flow. Absolute time is that which is observed by an exactly living, non-dying, and non-sleeping being. This being is, of course, imaginary. Absolute time is determined by clocks, the rotation of celestial bodies, and other natural or artificial chronometers. Subjective time is something quite different. It is the apparent time experienced by organisms. In the same creature, it runs at different rates. It goes fast or slow, depending on the surrounding impressions, state of mind or composition of thoughts. It depends on the nature of brain activity. In sleep, it proceeds faster. But even here, its course depends on the abundance of dream visions. In sound sleep, without dreams, subjective time is almost imperceptible. It is even more imperceptible in fainting. But often, even with abundance of impressions in happiness, time passes imperceptibly. Happy people do not notice the clock. We will not speak about the subjective time of different animals. In the higher animals, its course is probably similar to its course in man, and in the lower animals, it is difficult to imagine it. It is possible that their life is similar to human sleep. Their concept of time is weak. There is neither past nor future, but only the present moment. We are not so interested in the subjective time of the lower beings, because the cosmos, in general, is crowded with life even higher than human life. There is almost no room left for lower life, and the human condition, as we have seen, is semi-animal, transitional, infantile, and occupies an imperceptible place in the cosmos. Mature life reigns supreme, and it is this that we are most interested in. Also interesting is the idea of the subjective time of the dead, i.e., the atom in the inorganic body, the atom in air, water, soil. This is a still more predominant state of matter. Here we see more than fainting, and therefore the passage of time here is altogether almost imperceptible. But only years, but billions of billions of billions of years fly by like the second of a living being. Can we then fear such inorganic time or count it? So the enormous periods of non-existence do not exist for the atom, as it were, but only the periods of its residence in living organic matter, mainly in the brains of higher beings. No matter how short the periods of life may be, repeating themselves an infinite number of times, they add up to an infinite subjective and absolute time. It never ceases and has never ceased. The past is as limitless as the future. Therefore, the course of the supreme life of any atom is not only unlimited in time, but subjectively continuous. It is also continuous in the sense that the sense of life never ceases, although it experiences a drastic change with each death or birth. The atom is always alive and always happy, despite the absolutely enormous intervals of nothingness or state in inorganic matter. There is no time for the dead, nor can it be counted. And since incarnation is inevitable, in view of all that has been said and in view of the infinity of time, all these incarnations subjectively merge into one subjectively uninterrupted, beautiful, and endless life. What is the conclusion as applied to man, animal, and every atom, in whatever environment it may be? With the destruction of the organism, the atom of man, his brain or other parts of the body, also from the time when the atom leaves the organism, which is done many times during his life, falls first into the inorganic environment. Calculation shows that on the average, it takes hundreds of millions of years for him to incarnate again. This time passes for him as zero. He subjectively does not exist. But the population of the earth is completely transformed in such a period of time. The globe will be covered then only with the highest forms of life, and our atom will be used only by them. Death then ends all suffering and gives, subjectively, immediate happiness. If time happens to have elapsed much longer, billions of years, this is not at all worse for the atom. The earth is no more. The atom has incarnated on another planet or other abodes of life, no less beautiful. It is extremely unlikely that the atom will incarnate on Earth in a few hundred years, and therefore will be part of the yet-to-be-destroyed animals or imperfect man. Life in plants and lower creatures does not count, as being almost insensible. Life in higher organisms is like sleep, and life in higher animals, though horrible from the human point of view, is subjectively insensible. The cow, sheep, horse, or monkey does not feel its humiliation, nor does man now feel the humiliation of his life. But higher beings look upon man with regret, as we do upon dogs or rats. When people believe in the possibility, though small, of living in the form of animals, they will try harder to eliminate the animal world. This is an easy threat to us for our cruelty to the lower earthly creatures. Also, the rare possible existence of the atom in the form of modern man serves as an inducement to improve it, and to eliminate all backward genera. A pictorial representation of the sensuous life of the atom. He who has not thought all his life over what is set forth, finds it difficult to visualize clearly the sensuous adventures of the atom. But we will offer a comparison to understand and appreciate the continuous and limitless life of the atom. Let us neglect only the infantile period, the development of organic matter, whose procreation and significance are as imperceptible in space as a dirty microscopic speck of dust on a mirror or on a snow-white sheet of paper. Imagine that our whole life consists of a series of joyful dreams. A man wakes up, thinks for a second about a beautiful dream, and hurries back to sleep to sink back into bliss. In every dream he forgets who he is, and in every dream he is a new face. He imagines himself to be Ivanov, or Vassiliev, or something else. The second dream is not a continuation of the first, and the third is not a continuation of the second. Nor is any dream connected with the previous one. But happiness is there. All dreams are beautiful. They bring only joy and never stop. They always have been, are, and will be. What do you want? You are continuously happy. This easily imagined picture will give some idea of the life of every atom of the universe, wherever it may be. We have given a rough idea of the sensuous destiny of everything and everyone. When you tell this to people, they turn out to be dissatisfied. They necessarily want the second life to be a continuation of the previous one. They want to see relatives, friends. They want experiences too. Will I never see my wife, my son, my mother, my father? They exclaim sorrowfully. Then it is better not to live at all. In a word, your theory does not comfort me. But how can you see your friends when the idea of them is a creation of your brain, which is bound to be destroyed? Neither dog, elephant, nor fly will see their kind for the same reason, nor is man an exception. The dying man says goodbye forever to his environment, for it is in his brain, and he is upset. It arises when the atom again enters a different brain. It will also give a different environment, but a different one that has no connection with the first one. After all, you are happy with your enchanting dreams. You wake up every time with joy to be immersed in it again. What do you want? Now you desire a rendezvous with the dead, but death will exterminate these desires. Your dissatisfaction is only in life. When life is gone, it will be gone too. We had friends in our previous life, but do we see them in this life? Do we say, here is a person who is well known to me, though I have never seen him or heard anything about him? Only happiness and contentment will remain in the new life. How difficult it is to detach oneself from routine and realize the truth. As hard as it is to feel the earth move. But there is a difference between a series of beautiful but unconnected dreams and a series of actual lives of the atom. These lives are conscious, like the lives of wise men, not vague and futile like dreams. In the intervals between dreams, we feel something, though not for long. It is the unified life. In the intervals between the lives of the atom, on the other hand, we feel nothing, despite their enormity. They do not exist for us. The life of the atom is subjective, continuous, beginningless and infinite, since all its private lives merge into one. Each of its private lives is represented as a wave in an infinite series of waves. An actual life, a wave, has a beginning and an end, and there is one period out of their multitude. All these periods are essentially quite monotonous. Happiness, contentment, consciousness of the universe, consciousness of one's endless destiny, understanding of the truth, which is the sure way to support the cosmos in a brilliant state of perfection. But every wave has a beginning and an end. These are nucleation and extinction, conception and decay. In the succeeding wave, they are repeated. However, in no way can these waves be considered identical. Waves can be very long, i.e., the period of one life can be very long, lasting hundreds and thousands of years, but it is decisively all the same for the atom, as short waves of life merging into one give infinity. There will be no death throes. Only the life of an organism, despite this, should not be short, so that the creature, during it, could reach a high development and bear abundant fruits. What is the use of an expensive machine that spoils and is abandoned after 2 hours? Brief repetition, summary. Any planet of the universe with its moons constitutes an astronomical unit of the first order. For example, our Earth, Jupiter, etc. Any solar system of the cosmos, such as our planetary system, is a second-order astronomical unit. Astronomical measure is another. Any spiral nebula, consisting of hundreds of millions of solar systems, is a unit of the third order. Such is our spiral nebula, i.e., the Milky Way. Ether Island, consisting of hundreds of thousands of spiral nebulae, let us call an astronomical unit of the fourth order. We know our one etheric island, but, according to the law of repetition of units, there must be many of them, and their aggregate must constitute a unit of the fifth order. By the same law, there must be no end to the different units, as there are different classes in arithmetic. Let us next repeat briefly what seems to us indubitable. 1. The unity, or some uniformity in the structure and formation of the universe cannot be denied. The unity of matter, light, gravity of life, etc. 2. The general constancy of the universe cannot be denied, because new suns arise in place of extinguished suns. 3. It cannot be denied that the number of planets is infinite, because time and space are infinite. Where there are these, there must also be matter. 4. It cannot be denied that some of the planets are in conditions favorable to the development of life. The number of such is infinite, because part of infinity is also infinity. 5. It cannot be denied that on some planets animal life reaches a higher development than human life, that it outstrips the development of life on the rest of the planets. 6. It cannot be denied that this higher organic life reaches a great scientific and technical power that will allow populations to spread not only in their own solar system, but also in neighboring, lagging ones. My essays on airplanes, airships, jet devices, the richness of the universe, solar energy, and others. 7. It cannot be denied that higher life spreads in the vast majority of cases by multiplication and dispersal rather than by self-generation, as on Earth, because this avoids the procrastination and agony of gradual development, because the minds of conscious beings realize the benefit of this method of populating the cosmos. Thus, the Earth is populated, not by the transformation of wolves or monkeys into man, but by the reproduction of man himself. We get vegetables and fruits not by the development of bacteria, but from ready-made perfect plants. 8. It cannot therefore be denied that the universe is filled with higher, conscious, and perfect life. 9. It cannot be denied that the atom simplifies and complicates itself, periodically taking the form of all chemical elements. 10. It cannot be denied that astronomical units are periodic, e.g., the sun cools down, then explodes, turns into a rarefied mass, which again gives a brilliant sun with planets. Next, the same thing is repeated. In this process, matter is mixed and chemical elements change into each other. 11. It cannot be denied that an atom has the inherent ability to sense life when it is part of the brain of an animal. Thus, it must live successively the life of different creatures. 12. It cannot be denied that the sensation of the atom does not disappear in inorganic matter, but is close to zero, and may be called nothingness. 13. It cannot be denied, by virtue of the mixing of matter and the transformation of chemical elements, that there is no atom which does not take a periodic part in organic life, i.e., does not occasionally, at intervals of billions of years, enter the brains of higher beings. 14. It cannot be denied that time is almost non-existent for the atom in inorganic matter, that time in such a state is nothing to it, nothingness, like fainting. Subjectively, this enormous time does not exist. 15. It cannot be denied that subjectively, all the comparatively short moments of the life of the atom in the brains of beings merge into one continuous life. 16. It cannot be denied that the existence of imperfect animals, like our monkeys, cows, wolves, deer, hares, rats, etc., in space is disadvantageous to the atom, and it is also disadvantageous to the existence of imperfect humans or similar beings in the universe. 17. It cannot be denied that all intelligent beings will come to the realization of this thought, which does not allow imperfection in the cosmos. 18. It cannot be denied that the perfect is stronger than the imperfect, and therefore, prompted by true egoism, will eliminate without pain all that is imperfect and suffering. Self-generation, however, will be allowed very rarely for the renewal and replenishment of the regressing higher life. Such may be the martyr and honorable role of the earth. 19. It cannot be denied that the painful termination of the life of imperfect births is beneficial to the atom, i.e., to all living and dead things. 20. It cannot be denied that as a consequence, the atom can only enter the highest being. There are, after all, no others at all. Hence, its infinite existence can only be cloudless, intelligent, conscious, and happy. We do not notice a grey speck of dust on a snow-white field. In the same way, we can ignore the few planets doomed to the agony of self-generation. Let us repeat the same in other words. 1. Is it possible to doubt that innumerable planets are periodically illuminated by suns? 2. Is it to be doubted that on one of the planets life attains a power and perfection which we men can hardly imagine? It enables them to defeat gravity and disperse throughout the universe. 3. The result would be the spread of perfection and dominion of intelligence throughout the cosmos. 4. Is it possible to doubt that this has been accomplished infinitely long ago, and is always the natural state of the universe? Self-begetting with its agonies is only a rare exception. 5. Is it possible to doubt that any atom, when it enters the brain, lives? It does not dispose, does not reign, but only feels life, as a record perceives the vibrations of air in a phonograph tube. Only the record does not remain on the atom, 6. Is it to be doubted that matter is stirred, periodically transformed, every atom, innumerable times, though at vast intervals, taking part in life? 7. Is it to be doubted that the residence time of an atom in inorganic matter passes like a hard faint, and therefore does not exist for it? 8. Can it be doubted that the periods of life subjectively merge into one, as it were, continuous, conscious, happy, and endless life? So only truth, perfection, power, and satisfaction exist in the cosmos, leaving so little for the rest that it can be counted as a black speck of dust on a white sheet of paper. All my numerous writings, finished and unfinished, published and unpublished, are directed to one purpose: to prove the thoughts summarized here, or to draw the ultimate conclusion. In general, the cosmos contains only joy, contentment, perfection, and truth. The opposite in the universe, by its smallness, is imperceptible. We are blinded by the proximity of the earth. Addition to the monism of the universe. I am ready to allow interplanetary communications within each solar system, but no one has the courage to allow intercourse between suns. After all, it takes 40,000 years to fly to the nearest sun at 30 kilometers per second. And if this is impossible, then every planetary system is condemned in advance to the throes of self-generation. Although this period of autogony, i.e., the agony of evolution, is relatively, in time, short, still your conclusions about ubiquitous cosmic contentment are greatly diminished. Arrhenius admits the universal propagation of life by means of microscopic embryos carried by some force, such as the pressure of light, from one planet to another. If unconscious nature establishes a living intercourse between the stars, what is its power if it is lighted by the light of the highest intelligence? I am not in favor of authority, nor even against the thought of Arrhenius, but I cannot resist the power of a select cosmic brain. Do not believe the intelligence and power of our planet, but it is impossible to doubt the power of one of the planets of the Milky Way. There are hundreds of billions of them. Has not one of them exceeded immeasurably the Earth? I even believe the near might of our planet, even my own mind. The speed of intersolar travel can still be increased 100-fold. Then its time would be reduced to 500 years. The lifetime of a future human being could also be increased by a factor of 5. In that case, one life would be enough to move to another sun. But how to achieve a second speed of 3,000 kilometers? That is 100 times less than the speed of light. The speed of helium atoms flying out of radioactive substances, as well as particles of positive electricity, exceeds this value several times. The speed of electrons, with the same phenomena, approaches the speed of light, 10 to 50 times more than 3,000. If we stock up on the road with latent, potential, electric energy, or special rapidly decomposing radioactive materials, then here is a means of obtaining greater speed. Then, to send a shell with a man weighing a ton to another sun, we will need about a ton of the same radioactive material, or a corresponding amount of electrical energy. In 500 years, we'll reach the nearest sun. Radium is no good for that. Its decomposition is 4 times slower than necessary. In thousands of years, there won't be a substance that decomposes 10 times faster than radium. And now there are such substances, but they are not suitable for other reasons. Concentrated sunlight can also give great pressure and tremendous speed to bodies, though this is not yet applicable. If the speed of an interstellar ship were small, what would prevent us from being on the journey for 5,000 years as well? If not me, then my offspring will reach another planetary system. On the other hand, serious scientists seek the continuation of life and even hope to achieve physical immortality. We do not agree with this, but still indefinite lengthening of life science will sooner or later achieve. Then thousands of years of traveling will not seem scary to us. There are still thousands of possibilities, even with our, comparatively, complete ignorance and technical impotence. How will we think when we have acquired a great deal of knowledge, when the highest of men have taken part in scientific research, when the very nature of men is unrecognizably high, when we have imagined the best planet in the Milky Way? We have no idea now of the limits of the power of reason and cognition, just as our ancestors had no idea of the technical power of the modern generation. Who believed 200 years ago in railroads, steamships, airplanes, telegraphs, phonographs, radios, machines of all sorts, etc.? Even the advanced men, the geniuses of the time, desperately brave, couldn't imagine modern achievements. Pushkin, less than 100 years ago, barely hoped in the distant future for highways in Russia. The will of the universe, as if everything depends on the will of an intelligent being similar to a human. Our labor, our thought overcome nature and directed along a desired path. For example, we cultivate the land and receive abundant food, domesticate animals, modify them and plants, build houses, roads, machines, make work easier with them, harness the forces of nature, and these forces multiply our own tenfold, hundredfold, thousandfold. If we were lazy, if we did not exert our will, there would be nothing, and we would perish from hunger, cold, disease, infertility, etc. This is conditional will. It exists, and its manifestation is beneficial. It is still small, limited, but one can hope it will grow and manifest even more powerfully. Conditional will is the embodiment of our thoughts and desires into reality. For instance, I want to build a house, and I build it. I want to invent a machine, and I invent it. I want to implement it, and I do. I want to marry a certain woman, and I marry her. I want children, and I have them. Most of our plans fail, especially the difficult ones. But theoretically, we can assume the existence of a strong will that fulfills all rational desires. If not now, then in the future. If not by us, then by other more perfect beings or even our descendants. There is nothing higher than strong and intelligent will. Reason alone without will is nothing, and will without reason is also nothing. Every being must live and think as if it can achieve everything sooner or later. Where does this benevolent will come from? Will depends on the structure of the brain. The higher brain evolved from the brains of lower animals. All animals and plants came from complex organic matter such as bacteria, amoebas, protoplasm. These came from inorganic nature. The development of organic life is impossible without some form of energy. For instance, the energy of the sun. Clearly, life, reason, and will gradually emerged from nature. Man was born of the earth. The earth. From the sun formed from the condensation of diffuse gaseous matter. That matter came from even more diffuse material, like ether. Thus, everything originates from the universe. It is the source of all things, and everything depends on it. Man, or any other higher being, and his will are only manifestations of the will of the universe. No creature can exhibit absolute will, just like a clock or a complex machine, such as a talking film, cannot. Film characters walk, talk, act, align their words with actions. But everyone knows their will is only apparent, not absolute, All their movements and speech depend on the film reel, on the person who created the film. Likewise, the most intelligent being carries out only the will of the universe. It gave him reason and limited will. Limited because this will, dependent on reason, cannot be the sole source of actions. The vastness of the universe can always intervene, distort, break, or prevent the fulfillment of the individual's will. We say everything depends on us, but we ourselves are creations of the universe. So it's more accurate to say everything depends on the universe. We propose, and the universe disposes, often destroying our plans, and even the entire planet with all its intelligent beings without ceremony. If we manage to fulfill our will, it is only because the universe has allowed us to. It always has countless ways and reasons to slow our activity and manifest another, higher will, though even our will is only the will of the universe. Take the events of 1928. Clearly, they are consequences of those of 1927, and those of 1926, and so on. Ultimately, everything that happens originates from ancient times, when not even a trace of animals existed. Our will and actions, present and future, are the result of times long past, which in turn came from even earlier times. Decillions of years ago, decillions of decillions, decillions to the power of a decillion. That's how far back the state of the world that caused current and future events goes. We are not so much interested in the will of man, though even it is a product of the cosmos, as in the general manifestation of the will of the universe. Do we have the right to speak of the will of the universe? One can speak of the will of a rational being, even of a foolish animal. But can we speak of the will of the cosmos? Can it be likened even to a dumb animal? But if everything depends on the structure of the universe, now or in the distant past, then it or its unknown cause must possess will. This will determine everything we now observe or that our reason can comprehend. The only question is, what is the nature of this will? Its quality tells us about the nature of the universe or its cause. Looking at the present state of the earth, the will of the cosmos seems to act like the will of an irrational being. Indeed, in earth's affairs and those of mankind, we see a mix of the wise and the foolish, the kind and the cruel. Why is there poverty, disease, prisons, hatred, wars, death, ignorance, limited science, earthquakes, hurricanes, crop failures, droughts, floods, harmful insects and animals, terrible climate, etc.? Based only on the earth, we might equate the will of the cosmos with that of a limited being. But will earth and man always remain in this state? The universe gave birth to man, his weak mind and will, but they were even weaker before and have developed to their current strength, and will likely continue to grow. To what degree and with what results? That is now hard to imagine. See my book, The Future of Earth and Humanity. So there is full probability that the will of the cosmos will manifest on Earth in the brilliance of supreme intelligence. A perfect state of Earth will last far longer than its current suffering. Then, in joy and bliss, the highest descendant of man will say, "The will of the cosmos is like the will of the wisest and most powerful being." This descendant might only reproach the cosmos for its slowness. Why didn't it create happiness immediately and instead made part of matter suffer chaos and passion? Even if the suffering was brief, it existed. Yet it won't account for even 1,000th of people's future happiness. And we'll later see that even this reproach is unwarranted. Our solar system has more than 1,000 planets. and at least one must have the right conditions for the development of higher conscious life. Our Milky Way has over 1 billion solar systems like ours. Our ether island contains around 1 million Milky Ways. We could continue to infinity, but let's stay within our ether island. It has 1 trillion solar systems, and at least as many planets fit for perfect life. Life arose on all planets, but on these it must have blossomed splendidly. Were all these trillion planets equal? Undoubtedly, some bloomed earlier and more beautifully. There, life exceeded anything imaginable. Man dreams of conquering not only his solar system, but also others. The goal is to painlessly eliminate all imperfect, rudimentary life and populate the planets with his perfected descendants. The man of the future might think, what a hard path organic life took on Earth, how much suffering its beings endured. Now, we have none of that. Nothing but reason touches our planet. But what horror was the past? Wouldn't it have been better if Earth had been settled by conscious beings from the start? Then there'd be no trail of suffering and madness. If man can think this, then even more so could higher beings on higher planets. And not only think it, but find thousands of ways to fulfill their wise desires. So the reason and power of higher beings born on superior planets eliminate rudimentary life on others and populate them with their offspring. Like a gardener pulls weeds and plants useful vegetables. Thus, the universe is filled only with perfect beings. On the overwhelming majority of planets, perfect life began instantly, without millennia of painful self-generation. Of the 1 trillion planets, only a few suffered the cup of pain because life on them arose spontaneously. If you suffer 1 second in your entire happy life, can you call it a failure? Likewise, the universe cannot be called unhappy because 1 planet among billions suffers a relatively tiny moment of pain. If the cosmos has given overall happiness to its beings, its will can be considered flawless. The cosmos created not evil and error, but reason and the happiness of all existence. To understand this, one must take a higher perspective. Imagine Earth's future and grasp the infinity of the universe, or at least our Milky Way. Then we'll see the cosmos resembles the kindest and wisest animal. You might say, fine, happiness and reason abound. But what about natural disasters that wipe out happiness like a broom sweeps trash? Planets and suns explode like bombs. What life can withstand that? Stars go cold and deprive planets of life-giving light. What happens to their inhabitants? Countless catastrophes await intelligent beings. The point is, we have a very mistaken idea of higher beings' intelligence. If humans already foresee some disasters and act against them, sometimes successfully, imagine the resistance power of the universe's higher beings. They foresee planetary explosions centuries in advance and escape to safe parts of the cosmos. They predict stellar explosions and cooling and depart in time. You may say, sooner or later all stars will fade. Life will end. Is that your cosmic blessing? That can't happen. Stars continuously ignite, more often than they die. In short, dead stars revive as often as bright ones fade. The universe has always existed as we now observe it. Each star's life is periodic and repeats many times. So too with clusters like the Milky Way. And death and its torments, you ask, can they ever disappear? Life has no fixed length and can be extended for thousands of years. Death can be painless, like that of a tree or insect. Moreover, I've often shown that just as a star's life is periodic and endlessly reborn, so too is the life of a being or its atoms. They always have and always will be reborn without end. No atom escapes the experience of higher intelligent life. In fact, only such life is possible. Death is one of the illusions of the weak human mind. It does not exist because the existence of atoms in inorganic matter is not recorded by memory or time. It's as if they do not exist. But countless existences of atoms in organic form merge into one subjectively continuous and happy life. Happy because no other kind exists. Higher animals' reason and power don't allow for another. The universe is so constructed that not only is it immortal, but its parts, in the form of living, blissful beings, are also immortal. There is no beginning or end to the universe, and likewise, no beginning or end to life and its bliss. We prove that the will of the universe is beautiful, because in the grand picture of the cosmos, we see nothing but good, reason, perfection, and their subjective continuity, eternity, and infinity. If the cosmos has a cause, then we must attribute to this cause the same qualities of universal love. We believe mature beings of the universe have the means to travel between planets, interfere in the lives of lagging planets, and communicate with other mature beings. Humanity on Earth will someday unite under one council, led by a president chosen by that council. This will happen relatively soon. In a longer time, our entire solar system will be densely settled and similarly governed. It must be so, because reason demands it. The same unification will occur across planets and solar systems. Most will be quickly settled by mature generations and immediately form governments. Earth and our solar system took a long, suffering path of gradual development. Unification must occur, for it benefits beings. If they are mature, they are rational, and if rational, they will not harm themselves. Anarchy is imperfection and evil. Groups of stars and the Milky Way itself will unite under leadership too. Let us stop here. What a powerful and wise organization this must be. We speak of beings like humans, only more perfect. Among them could be many types, adapted to all sorts of planets. For example, Earth. But most are uniform, adapted to life in the ether. Yet some are needed to bring order to all planets. That order means eliminating all suffering. So, we may expect this powerful organization can reach any planet. For instance, Earth. Why haven't we noticed traces of its activity yet? Science is precise, perhaps the most sober branch of thought, but our imagination is weak. It has misled people so many times. Its credibility has declined. The sobriety of science didn't allow interplanetary contact. That view is now shaken even among scientists, though most still ignore or oppose the idea. Not long ago, except for obvious fantasists, no one accepted the possibility of celestial contact, especially travel beyond Earth. Hence it was declared impossible. And so any evidence proving such contact, if it existed, was mercilessly rejected by scientists. They also denied meteorites fell to Earth, and for a long time didn't see sunspots. Such is the power of prejudice. Yet, history and literature contain many unexplained phenomena. Most are probably hallucinations or delusions. But all? Now, with the proven possibility of interplanetary communication, we must consider such incomprehensible phenomena more seriously. We have no certainty, so we fall silent. Perhaps intervention by other beings is not yet warranted by humanity's development. Or it might even harm us now. Most people are ignorant, and see the universe almost as animals do. Their religious views are pure superstition. If they witnessed interference by other beings, they'd interpret it through their faith. Fanaticism would erupt with its crimes, and nothing more. Suppose the forces of other worlds had stopped the war of 1914. The war wouldn't have happened. Many people would have avoided suffering and death. But humanity is so crude that only this suffering stirred their disgust for war. Only it became the lesson that made them think differently, spurred their thoughts forward. What can you do? People are such that only severe suffering can change them for the better. Like a hooligan can only be stopped with punishment. A violent drunk must be tied up, a madman strapped in a straitjacket. There are other phenomena, just as questionable. They suggest the penetration of intelligent forces into our minds and their intervention in human affairs. I myself have witnessed such phenomena twice in my life, and therefore cannot deny them. If they happened to me, why couldn't they happen to others? On this basis, I allow that some such phenomena are not illusions, but actual proof of the presence in the cosmos of unknown intelligent forces, beings made of matter unlike ours, of vastly more rarefied substance. Perhaps they are the legacy of decillions of years past, and have survived to this day. They reveal themselves through good deeds. This is understandable, since the reason and interest of all cosmic beings of all eras is that nothing imperfect or painful should exist. For if suffering exists, even the atom cannot escape it. If there's no suffering, the atom doesn't suffer, or some smaller entity, an unknown essence of matter. The past is infinite. What does that mean? Don't think it's easy to imagine. The world has always existed. Present matter and its atoms are the infinitely complex product of earlier, simpler matter. There were times when matter was trillions of times lighter than the lightest now. There were epochs when it was trillions of times lighter, and so on. And all those worlds existed and produced intelligent beings, but beings almost immaterial due to their low density. What I say I've long suspected in theory, but had no proof I could believe. When I saw confirmation for myself, I became inclined to believe others too. Unknown intelligent forces. Modern science leans heavily toward recognizing the mechanical nature of the universe. It is likened to a clock, an automaton, or a silent or talking movie. From the standpoint of a mind existing outside the cosmos, independent of it, everything proceeds in a specific order, like a wound-up machine, and cannot proceed otherwise. Science first accepted this mechanical view for inanimate nature, for example, celestial bodies, then for lower organisms, later for higher ones, and finally for humans. I believe this view can be extended to the entire cosmos, including its higher beings. The will of a being depends on the structure of its brain, the impressions received since birth, and the influences acting upon it at the moment. Therefore, from an extra-cosmic point of view, this will is just as automatic as that of a clock or any machine. The Eastern person realized this long ago and was overcome by harmful fatalism, a belief in fate and inevitable destiny. He became indifferent to personal effort, dropped his hands, and ceased to use his mind. Whatever will be, say even we, cultured people. I believe the mechanical nature of the world is unquestionable, though extremely complex. Take a human and his actions, for example. They depend on countless things. Predicting them is nearly impossible. Human life is influenced by countless unknown laws of nature. Has the structure of the atom and its components been truly deciphered? A string of contradictory hypotheses does not amount to truth. We also lack detailed knowledge of the structure, dimensions, dynamics, and organic life of the cosmos. It is very likely that we are being influenced by living beings similar to us, but more advanced. If their influence is not present now, it may still manifest in the future. The countless planets of the universe undoubtedly teem with such beings. Moreover, matter did not initially appear in the dense form we know today. There were stages of much more rarefied matter. It may have given rise to beings currently inaccessible and invisible to us. Behind us stretches an infinity of time. How many epochs, how many chances there were for the formation of intelligent beings beyond our understanding. What their influence on us may be, how they relate to one another, we do not know. There are phenomena that we do not believe in unless they touch us personally. Yet they point to the interference of some incomprehensible forces in human actions. I emphasize only the complexity of the world here, without denying its mechanistic nature and its unified origin. Matter. The will of humans and all other beings, whether high or low, is merely a manifestation of the will of the universe. A person's voice, thoughts, discoveries, ideas, truths and errors, all are the voice of the universe. Everything comes from it. But before giving us truth, it oscillates within us between truth and error. However, the time eventually comes when the truth becomes established, just as it surely has in worlds that have lived long enough, that is, in almost all of the universe. No being in the universe, even if it surpasses human intelligence 1,000,000 times, possesses will or freedom of action from an extra-cosmic perspective. Yet there is another kind of will, conditional, human, and higher, that rejects fanaticism and the inaction that accompanies it. By conditional will, we mean the alignment of a being's desires and intentions with its actions or work. This kind of will exists. Its existence does not contradict the mechanical nature of the universe in any way. In talking films, we see people whose thoughts and intentions fully align with their actions. Could such a film not portray people with strong, even flawless will? Yet we know perfectly well that it is automatic and dependent on human creation. So too is human will, entirely dependent on the universe and its atoms. There are people with strong will and those without, just as there are the healthy and the sick. Humanity needs people with will, just as it needs the healthy, not the ill. A fatalist is a sick person. He must be cured or stopped from reproducing, so as not to pass on his lack of will. Falsehood and error are just as much expressions of the universe as truth. They merely reflect the gradual process of development among beings. But this process must end. Truth will come to earth, and then we will hear from the lips of a mature, conscious being the established voice of the universe. This voice has long echoed throughout the cosmos, and is a predominant sign of truth. Earth, in its infancy, has not yet grown into it. Our conditional will was created by the universe. The true, absolute will and power belong to the cosmos, and to it alone. It is our sole master, but we must live as if we also have will and independence, even though neither truly belongs to us. Otherwise, we fall into laziness, fanaticism, impotence, and insignificance. But we must always remember that beyond our conditional will, there is a higher authority, the will of the universe. That is why our will, desires, and aspirations, no matter how noble they may seem to us, often go unfulfilled. They encounter obstacles we cannot overcome, These are barriers placed by the cosmos. In such cases, we should not despair, but instead comfort ourselves with the thought that the time for the realization of our desires has not yet come, that we must continue to struggle, and that perhaps our very desires are mistaken from a higher point of view and need to be re-evaluated. The authority of the universe is most clearly manifested through the organization of living, intelligent beings. But even this authority, however lofty and powerful, is limited. On Earth, we have human authority, but how weak it still is. The cosmos constantly sets obstacles before it. This is understandable, as it results from its imperfection and its infantile state. A mother does not let her baby drown, fall from a roof, burn, or die. But she does let him bruise or burn himself slightly to learn agility, to gain knowledge and caution necessary for survival. The cosmos treats humanity in the same way. Humanity's will is not fulfilled and is limited until it matures and reaches higher intelligence. On other, more mature planets, there is more freedom, more will. There, the cosmos manifests itself more clearly. Trillions of planets have reached full development and enjoy freedom. Their will almost aligns with the absolute will of the universe. Their technological power, combined with their social organization, has made them rulers of the cosmos. Through them, the cosmos exercises its authority. Each perfected planet has a single elected president who represents the will of the people. Each solar system, and there are billions, also has a supreme representative. Groups of suns are united under their own president. Each galaxy, which includes billions of solar systems, is likewise unified. Perhaps even ether islands, clusters of galaxies, have their own form of unification. So what do we see? The authority of conscious beings is unified through presidents of planets, solar systems, star clusters, galaxies, ether islands, and so on. What a powerful force this is, we can scarcely imagine. It's inconceivable that such a force would not have some influence on our humble earthly life. It is impossible for a mother not to support and protect her infant. Likewise, Earth cannot be left entirely to itself. A certain degree of autonomy is granted only for gaining experience and reaching perfection, but not for destruction. Besides worlds similar to our own, there may exist worlds composed of matter of other densities and sizes. Fournier d'Albe spoke of sizes. The essence of his thought is that each atom or part of it may be as complex a world as Earth with its inhabitants, or as any solar system. Likewise, each Milky Way, or even a group of them, an ether island, may be nothing more than an atom of some gigantic being, or an inanimate object. For example, a tool of a being, or an atom of a giant planet, sun, etc. These ideas cannot be verified experimentally, but they are not absurdities, and may align with the truth, though a truth that we may never confirm. Nevertheless, such thoughts are comforting, because they suggest life is everywhere, and relate to our future. As a child, I thought that stars were atoms of some giant being, and who among us hasn't had such a thought? Let's move on to ideas more amenable to verification. Today, we know of 90 simple elements that make up all matter in the cosmos, from the sun and planets to living creatures. But science is constantly uncovering increasing complexity in the atom. For example, water was once considered a simple substance made of whole particles. But a century ago, it was found to be composed of atoms. Now we know that atoms are divisible and composed of smaller particles, protons and electrons. And there are already hints that even these are made of yet smaller, etheric particles. The divisibility of matter is likely limitless. Present-day matter was once simpler and made of other, lighter, conditional elements. Decillions of years ago, even simpler, and so on without end. We mentally divide infinite time into periods, each lasting decillions of years and containing its own kind of matter, the further back, the more rarefied, and its own kinds of living beings, the further back, the less dense. Planets are inhabited by living beings. Many educated and world-renowned scholars do not believe in the existence of animals on other planets, on the grounds that no one has seen them and they have not made themselves known. Europeans once thought for a long time that America and its people didn't exist. We want to prove the opposite. It is utterly impossible to doubt the inhabited nature of the countless planets. There is unquestionable knowledge, even if it cannot currently be verified. For example, the composition of the surface of stars is known theoretically. Yet we have never held a speck of their material in our hands. Much is known about celestial bodies, their sizes, distances, densities. But none of this has been measured directly. The verification of such knowledge is only theoretical. No one has seen atoms, yet they undeniably exist. Likewise, there are solid grounds for full confidence in the existence of countless populations of celestial beings. What are these grounds? We shall list them. 1. All trillions of stars and all the rarefied gaseous masses of space are composed of the same substance as the Earth. 2. All planets separated from stars. Therefore, they too are made from the same matter as our own planet. 3. All celestial bodies are subject to gravity. Therefore, gravity exists on all planets. 4. Liquids and gases are present on all large planets. 5. All planets are illuminated by the same rays from their stars. 6. Nearly all planets have days and seasons. From all this, it becomes clear that the planets of different solar systems differ from each other, not in quality, but only in quantity. That is, they have different sizes, different gravity, oceans of varying depths, atmospheres of varying heights, different average temperatures, different lengths of day and year, differing sharpness of seasons, etc. But naturally, there are also planets that are extremely similar to Earth. Each star has about a dozen large planets and thousands of small ones. Surely at least one of the large ones is close to Earth in terms of temperature, volume, gravity, water, air, etc. So how can one deny the existence of organic life on them? In the known universe, we can count 1,000,000 billion stars. Therefore, there are just as many planets similar to Earth. It is unbelievable to deny the presence of life on them. If life emerged on Earth, why wouldn't it emerge under similar conditions on Earth-like planets? There may be fewer such planets than stars, but they must exist. One may deny life on 50, 70, even 90% of all these planets, but to deny it on all of them is completely impossible. Moreover, do differences in conditions exclude the possibility of life? On our own planet, there are varying temperatures, differing environments, water, air, soil, and other conflicting factors. Yet where on Earth is there no trace of plants and animals? Even on polar ice, at great heights and depths, they can still be found. The absence of light, cold, and heat, none of these halts the development of organisms on Earth. Therefore, each star likely has not just one inhabited planet, but several. The technical capabilities of humanoid beings also matter. Thanks to these, humans on Earth can create a comfortable life at the poles, in deserts, on mountains, underwater, above ground, in the air, and anywhere else. This is especially true for our powerful descendants. So on what is the denial of intelligent planetary beings based? Let us list those arguments. People say, if they existed, they would have visited Earth. My response, perhaps they will, but the time has not yet come. Primitive Australians and ancient Americans waited thousands of years for Europeans to visit, and eventually they came. So we too will one day be visited. Other planets may have long been in mutual contact with their powerful inhabitants. Another objection. If they existed, they would somehow signal their existence to us. My response. Our means are too limited to detect such signals. Our celestial neighbors understand that with a certain level of knowledge, people will inevitably prove to themselves that other planets are inhabited. Moreover, there is no point in informing the lower animals of Earth of this, nor the majority of humanity either, due to its low level of development. Would such knowledge even be beneficial? Might it lead instead to violence, pogroms, and St. Bartholomew's nights? There must come a time when the average level of humanity's development is high enough to allow for visits from celestial beings. We, as brothers, kill each other, wage wars, and treat animals cruelly. How would we treat completely alien beings? Would we not see them as competitors for Earth, and end up destroying ourselves in an unequal battle? They would not wish for such conflict and destruction. Humanity is as far from more advanced planetary beings in development as lower animals are from humans. And we do not go visiting wolves, poisonous snakes, or gorillas. We only kill them. Perfect celestial beings do not want to do the same to us. Can we have intelligent communication with dogs or monkeys? Likewise, higher beings are still unable to communicate with us. On the other hand, there are a number of strange facts that indicate the participation of other beings in our lives. These serve as direct evidence for the existence of other, more mature organisms. Beings of different periods of evolution. The molecule, according to our hypothesis, is an infinitely complex substance. The known beings, and those presumed to exist near suns and on planets, are composed or constructed from molecules of various kinds: oxygen, hydrogen, iron, carbon, etc. Let us turn to the past and imagine the universe a billion decillions, or however many years ago. Then molecules were less complex. There were other planets, other suns, and other beings, composed of these simpler molecules. When chemically combined, they emitted a different kind of light, one invisible to us now, and imperceptible to our organs of vision, because the wavelength of the ether was smaller and the etheric medium was different, more rarefied and elastic than it is now. The beings of that time were less dense, yet they too were subject to evolution. There was a struggle for existence among them. They reached the pinnacle of perfection in their own long ago time, and they became immortal rulers of a world, just as humans will, and as our kin among the celestial beings already have, and they attained bliss. Did they manage to survive to the present time, and do they live among us, invisible to our eyes? Or did they disintegrate to give rise to other beings of the world visible to us? That is a question quite difficult to resolve. A philosopher would say that the origin of matter is one and the same. Yet that does not prevent matter, undergoing continuous and seemingly simultaneous evolution, from existing in a multitude of forms, from dense metals to ether, trillions of times less dense. If ancient forms of unorganized matter have managed to persist without possessing reason, then intelligent beings may have done so all the more easily. Bacteria and other unicellular organisms have existed from the beginning of time, yet they gave rise to humans. Are we not perhaps surrounded by invisible suns, planets, and beings, just like the bacteria that humans only recently discovered? Where do these higher beings live? Do they inhabit only specific corners of the universe? Or are they scattered everywhere, able to exist wherever they please? What are their properties? Do they have any connection with beings of the present? Might they constitute the beginning of human life, and that of related, though more perfect, celestial beings? Might they form the human soul, or a part of it? Might they enter an animal or human being at the moment of conception for some purpose? Strange questions, and there are no definite answers. Yet let us try to answer the last one. Could these ancient beings be the foundation of humanity, entering the body at birth and forming the soul with its attributes? But firstly, all the properties of the human body and soul are explained by the structure of the body and brain. And if not all are explained, we may hope they will be in time. Secondly, if these beings animate humans, it is hard to deny the same to animals. All of them, at birth, would then be inhabited by spirits from long past eras. That seems rather strange. Why would they need to suffer within the bodies of animals or humans? Why then do humans or animals not become perfect immediately if a spirit enters at birth? Why is an infant not as intelligent as an adult? Why do we acquire reason through study and effort? Why does the perfection of the spirit always depend on the kind of animal and the development of its organs? To explain this, there exists a feeble hypothesis of pre-established harmony. Why does the spirit weaken when the organs deteriorate? Why does a supreme spirit not enter some fly and turn it into a Newton? It seems to me, I even almost firmly believe, at least my philosophy tells me so, that there are special beings incomprehensible to us, but they do not live in our bodies, just as they do not live in the bodies of plants and animals. Only primitive ignorance could propose such a hypothesis to explain the phenomena of life, at a time when the structure of living things was completely unstudied. Thus, regarding our world, we return to atomism with its potential for life. Here is a dead planet. It has only just acquired a solid crust. On it, life is beginning. It develops, spreads, and covers the surface of the celestial body. So it was on every planet, whose number is infinite. Here is another, still glowing, like the sun, a heated planet. It consists of a mix of rarefied gases. What is in it? What kind of life? As if none. But our little sun cools and inevitably fills with life. If it appears, then it existed before too, albeit in a different, simpler form. Everything is alive, but in its own way. Not everything may be understandable to us. Life is continuous, like everything else. Sometimes it makes sharp leaps, the phenomenon of death, but nothing more. After all, even a state can suddenly collapse. Sometimes it reaches a higher form. Sometimes it completely disintegrates. Its members killed, taken into captivity, etc. It cannot be that there is no matter, no time, no space anywhere. They are infinite, continuous, and eternal. Likewise, it cannot be that there is no life anywhere. Life, too, is eternal, continuous, and omnipresent. Having just taken a step back, casting our mental gaze billions of decillions of years into the past, why not take yet another, or a much longer, backward leap? Then matter and molecules were even simpler, and the beings even less dense. They formed a third world, one invisible even to the second world, and of course, one our senses cannot possibly perceive. However many such steps we take, however many leaps we make across decillions of years toward the beginning of the world, we will never reach it, and we will remain as far from it as we ever were. This follows from our hypothesis of the beginninglessness of time and the infinite divisibility of matter. Moving backwards in vast leaps through time, we encounter ever new worlds of living and intelligent beings, infinite gradations of generations, increasingly ethereal. There is no end to these scenes, just as there is no end to time, neither past nor future. Did all these beings transform, as less dense matter transforms into denser? Could intelligent beings prove weaker than unorganized matter that has managed to persist, as I have said, in varying densities? If some of them survived, were they not simpler beings, like bacteria, compared to higher animals and humans? And that, too, cannot be definitively answered. I think both simple and complex ones could have remained. More perfect than humans, even more perfect than their future descendants, allowing for the transformation or destruction of some. It is hard to accept the transformation or destruction of all, given the countless number of their categories. If they survived, do they remain connected with one another? Do some, as we said, serve as the foundation for those that came later? These are dark, difficult questions, but all things are possible. Might these beings be the servants of the cosmos, as we ourselves should be? What kind of organization does the society of each category have? Are there higher and lower beings among them? Such is an excerpt from my Ethics. As if in confirmation of these thoughts, we have a multitude of facts collected by trustworthy individuals. These facts indicate the presence of certain forces, some intelligent beings intervening in human life. From the point of view of modern science, they cannot always be explained by known natural forces without assuming the existence of some special intelligent power. I will speak frankly. Until recently, dazzled by the bright light of science, I denied all mysterious phenomena and explained them either by known laws of nature or by hallucinations, deception, trickery, forgetfulness, ignorance, illness, and so on. And even now I think that over 99% of such phenomena are just that. But not all. A very small part of them, though natural, cannot be explained without the intervention of intelligent forces emanating from conscious and unknown beings. Some of these beings are similar to us, my monism, only more perfect, as we will become, evolution. Others are composed of lighter elements that dominated decillions of years ago. Which of these beings intervene in our lives is hard to determine. It is simpler to assume the involvement of those similar to us, developed from the same imperfections as ourselves. Of course, this in no way contradicts the known forces of nature. But until now, we have not allowed for the possibility of other beings participating in earthly life. Our conception of it was this: humanity is bound to earth. Its fate is to remain on it forever. The same is true of other beings on other planets. There was a narrow view of human development and potential. We find it hard to imagine anything higher than earthly beings in terms of qualities and technical means. That's why, with such a narrow horizon, we neither allow nor imagine the possibility of other beings' involvement in earthly affairs. It's a small mistake. It lies not in the limitations of science, but only in the narrowness of the conclusions drawn from it. Many phenomena remain inexplicable from this narrow perspective. Scientific ethics. Prediction. In this article, I do not for a moment get out of the ideas of unity, monism, and materiality. The word incorporeal is everywhere put in quotation marks and means only rarefied but organized matter. This is well elucidated in the paper. Can anything in this paper be considered fantastic? Exactly nothing. I proceed from the principle of the infinite complexity of matter, which in turn follows from the infinity of time, i.e., from the fact that the universe has always been and therefore eternally complicated. If I were to point out the character, forms, number, and other things of the beings of other worlds, it would indeed be fantasy. But I do not and have not done any such thing. To assume, for example, the existence of organic life on other planets is not fantasy, but to report any definite characteristic of it would be a fairy tale, for we know nothing about it. Nor can we avoid assuming the organization of matter more rarefied, separated from us by many decillion years. This, too, is not a fantasy. We see that in all parts of the earth, matter is organized in the form of plants and animals. So why can't this also be the case in the worlds of the rarefied planets? Another example of the same sort. If life has arisen on Earth, why would it not arise on billions of other planets in the same conditions as Earth? One can deny the emergence of organized matter in 1% of them, even in 10, 50, 90, but in all of them it is inconceivable. The population of the universe is an absolute, though not an actual truth. To say that the universe is empty, devoid of life, on the grounds that we cannot see it, is a gross misconception. Freedom is for the workers. Capital, in all its forms, especially hereditary capital, is a rapist, and therefore needs to be restricted. All life, the population of any planet, can increase by births. Only the area of the Earth and the energy of the Sun limit the size of the animal population. If the excess of newborns could be removed to other planets and find nourishment there, a huge part of the planet would become living beings. Some substances do not form part of the animals of the earth, but either the substances themselves can be transformed into other substances suitable for the living bodies of the earth. See later chapter Matter. Or the animals themselves can be transformed and then be satisfied with all the materials of the earth. Then the whole planet would consist entirely of animals or men only. Conversely, all this living world, under unfavorable conditions, becoming extinct, would turn into a dead planet. Is it not evident from this picture that everything is alive and only temporarily in non-existence, in the form of unorganized, dead matter? You say, in practice, we see that a living being lives for one moment, after which it sinks into the earth, into inorganic matter, for billions of years. At some point, it will get its turn to come alive again. But we can imagine conditions under which a given mass of matter lives almost continuously. Let us imagine a transparent, strong shell, full of oxygen, carbon dioxide, and nitrogen inside. It also contains a small amount of moist soil, plants, and a few living, intelligent beings of both sexes. The plants, absorbing parts of the soil and atmosphere, produce fruits. They nourish the animal. The animals digest them and return the offal to the soil, which again, with the help of the plants, gives nourishment to the animals. And so it goes on and on. It's not a miracle. The same thing happens on every planet capable of supporting life. Only in the described shell, the mass of animals makes up a noticeable part of the whole mass of our isolated little world, while on the planet it is imperceptibly small. Note that our little world, in general, is immortal, as earthly life is immortal. One can imagine a being for whom the inorganic world plays no role, i.e., this being needs neither plants, nor soil, nor atmosphere. Its body and the sun's rays alone are enough for it. Let us imagine a creature covered by a transparent, flexible skin that does not let any matter through. Under the skin, in some places, is chlorophyll, as in plants, capable of decomposing the carbon dioxide of the blood and other waste products of the body and form, as in plants, oxygen and nutrients. These substances, in connection with oxygen, are what the animal will feed on. Continuously nourishment takes place, continuously its products are formed, and continuously the latter are decomposed by the sun's rays, forming nutrients and oxygen. If earthly humanity is immortal, and our world in a transparent vessel is immortal, why cannot a single being in its transparent shell also be immortal? Nature, or the mind of man, may eventually achieve this. I am sure that mature worlds, outside the earth, have long since yielded such beings, immortal, living sunbeams. What is the conclusion? Every part of the universe, i.e., all matter, can take the form of a living and even immortal being. What the universe is made of. Most of all, we see suns, seeming in remoteness to be flickering sparks, stars, and even merging into one slightly luminous mist. Astronomy counts millions of billions of these suns. There are so many that if they were divided among people, each would get about 1 million suns. The suns are enormous. Smaller bodies like the Earth were separated from them at one time. These are the planets. Because of their smallness, they cooled down on the outside and allowed plants and animals to originate on them. The planets gave birth to even smaller bodies, like our moon. There are even more of them than there are planets. And planets and moons come in all sorts of sizes. Some thousands of times larger than the Earth, others thousands or millions of times smaller. Some are as small as a speck of dust. The smaller the size of celestial bodies, the greater the number. All celestial bodies are attracted to each other like magnets, and would soon merge into a single pile, if it were not for their movements and unimaginably huge distances. The motion of the heavenly bodies is produced by their mutual attraction, an incomprehensible force called universal gravitation. All earthly objects are subject to it, but for small masses, it's imperceptibly small. Time, space, mass, and sensitivity. The human mind is so organized that it cannot do without 3 concepts: time, space, and mass. These 3 concepts characterize the universe, i.e., they define the substance of which all the bodies of the universe are composed. One cannot imagine the world or a part of it without time and space. One can imagine a portion of time of a certain magnitude, e.g., a year, a century, a minute, a second. But the totality of time cannot be imagined as limited. One cannot express the totality of the time of the universe by a number. Neither past nor future time has boundaries. Both are infinite. So time is a quantity that has no form, the totality of which is infinite throughout the universe. Time has 2 directions, past and future. Space has not only many directions, for example, to the right and to the left, and magnitude, 100, 200 cubic meters, but also a form, for example, a ball, a cone, a man, a butterfly, a line, a surface. This concept is much more complex than time. The space of the universe, like its time, cannot be imagined as a limited, measured, expressed number. Therefore, the totality of it in the universe is infinite. The opposite is meaningless, as is finite time. The richness of the universe consists of never ceasing time, and never, in any direction, running out and stopping extension. Time and space are eternal. They never disappear. They are imperishable. But the existence of both is meaningless without substance or matter, which gives life forms with their joy and sorrow. One cannot imagine substance without time and space, for every substance or body occupies a known volume, space, and exists in a known time. So time and extension are as if inevitable belonging of substance, its inseparable property. Conversely, is it possible to imagine time and space without substance? For example, it is possible to imagine empty space and time. This is a dark question, but we think that space and time themselves are, as it were, composed of substance. Indeed, for example, the gravitation of each material point spreads its rays in all directions and occupies the entire infinity of the universe. So space, even as if empty, is filled with substance and constitutes matter. In fact, matter, space and time are the greatest mysteries, and we do not consider them solved. We think that since time and space are boundless, infinite in all directions, so is matter. Practice confirms this. As observational astronomy advances, the boundaries of matter are being extended more and more. Millions of special worlds have recently been discovered, each containing billions of suns, with their planets, moons, and many smaller bodies. In fact, as far as our imperfect eyesight, our like instruments, and the murky atmosphere allow us, matter is finite. Yet it still seems to us that its limits are yet to be extended, and its imagined limits are as infinite as time and the vastness of the universe. There is no sense in the existence of time and space without matter, and since the former are limitless, so too must be limitless the distribution of matter in the form of suns and planets. There is another property of matter, as inseparable from it as time and extension. This is the capacity of matter to feel sorrow and joy, or its sensibility. See Chapter 1. Everything is alive. Matter. At first men found innumerable diverse substances and thought that they had nothing to do with each other. Each one exists by itself. Such are the different minerals, metals, liquids, and gases. Then it was noticed that some bodies come from other bodies, and inversely, from these other bodies, the former bodies are obtained again. Thus, from red powder of mercuric oxide, mercury and oxygen are obtained by heating, and vice versa, from mercury and oxygen a red powder is formed. In a word, the formation of new bodies by close combination of other bodies is noticed. This gave reason to think that all the various substances consisted of few, and even, perhaps, of one basic element. The facts and investigations accumulated over time have led to the following conclusions. All substances are infinitely various, but they are all composed of only 90 bodies called simple. Their combination by 2, by 3, etc., occurring not always, but only under known or unknown conditions, gives birth to all the innumerable substances of the world. At first all this applied only to the earth, and then it spread to all the heavenly bodies. The suns and planets were found to be composed of the same substances as the earth. It seems impossible to confirm this, because no celestial body is accessible to humans. However, small celestial bodies meeting the earth fall on it in the form of so-called celestial stones or aerolites. They appeared to be of the same composition as Earth's substances. This similarity between the earth and the sky seemed incredible. Therefore it was long thought that the aerolites were not of celestial origin, but were ejected by terrestrial volcanoes. But how do we know the substances of the sun and other inaccessible bodies? Even 100 years ago, it was thought that this is forever beyond the reach of man. Everyone knows that bodies can be heated or cooled. That is, the same body can be in different states. In doing so, many of its properties change. Thus, at a high degree of heat, temperature, all solid and liquid bodies are made air-like or gaseous. On the contrary, at low temperature, all gaseous bodies liquefy and then solidify. At high temperature, moreover, all bodies emit light. It's as if it's monotonous. But if you pass it through an angled, transparent body, prism, you get a long, dark streak mottled with transverse, multicolored lines, spectrum. It is found that each gaseous body has its own special stripe, where the lines and their colors are arranged in their own way, always the same and not like the others. It turns out that every gas has its own unchanging physiognomy by which it can be recognized. But the universe is mostly composed of incandescent gases from the surface of suns. All these gases emit rays. They reach the earth. We pass them through an angular glass and get a lot of gas physiognomy in the form of a dark stick, mottled with transverse light lines. Making sense of them is not easy because there are so many of them. However, comparing these portraits with portraits of terrestrial gases, we see similarity. We see merging of physiognomy or spectra of terrestrial gases known to us. Hence, it is deduced that all luminous celestial bodies contain the same incandescent gases as are found on the Earth. But the planets have separated from the suns, and therefore they must necessarily consist of the same substances as their suns. So, the uniform composition of the universe of 90 terrestrial bodies is confirmed by the following. 1. The light of suns and rarefied gaseous masses. 2. The fall of heavenly stones. And 3. The uniform formation of suns, planets, moons, and all other heavenly bodies from huge rarefied gaseous masses, nebulae. It turns out that there is no essential difference between the earthly and the celestial. Both are composed of the same materials, but science didn't stop there. A century ago, the sage Brugge suspected that all known 90 bodies are made of hydrogen. Now it's being confirmed more and more. The only complication is that hydrogen itself is not one, but consists of 2 elements, protons and electrons. So all 90 elements are made up of the same elements. We come almost to the unity of matter. Everything is made of hydrogen. But in addition to hydrogen, we also have ether, a substance that is astonishingly rarefied and elastic. This gives us reason to think that there are other kinds of matter, more simple. Hydrogen, which cannot be called non-degradable or non-composed matter, is composed of it. But what is matter in general? Simple or complex? There is this idea of an imaginary, simple, i.e., uncomplex substance. It consists of fast-moving individual identical particles, atoms. Because of their smallness, they cannot collide with each other, as billiard balls collide with each other. But still they are bound together by a special kind of attraction, which at a very small distance between them makes each atom evade its path, like a comet in the vicinity of the sun. There is a kind of repulsion, but not contact. The points cannot meet. The relative force of attraction between them, atomic force, is many trillion times greater than the attraction of celestial bodies, universal gravitation. The close origin of several such atoms, at a certain and very rare combination of them, forces them by the same force to unite without touching in close groups. 2, 3, in general, several atoms. Of course, the reverse phenomenon is also possible, i.e., the decomposition of a complex group into simpler ones. Thus more and more complex groups were formed in the universe, which man, in his ignorance, considered indivisible, simple, and therefore called atoms. But since the beginning of the universe is infinitely distant from our time, in other words, there was no beginning and the world always existed, the process of complication continued indefinitely, and therefore all known to us for simple particles of matter or atoms must have infinite complexity and unknown structure. Hydrogen, protons with electrons, and etheric particles are also complex. We no longer speak of the particles of 90 substances. Their complexity is undeniable. Science deals only with complex, even infinitely complex particles. How do the particles of any known substance differ from the particles of an imaginary elementary body? The particles, or molecules, of some substance, such as iron, are as monotonous as the particles of an element, but they are infinitely complex, have a certain volume, and can therefore collide with each other, though true point-shaped atoms do not collide. Let us give a general characterization of a molecule or a complex particle of any body. At random convergence of elementary atoms into groups, the same thing happens as at convergence of several stars, when some of them become bound to each other by gravitation, and others become even freer, acquiring even greater speed of translational motion. The problem of three or several attracted bodies is still insoluble. Indeed, some elements, in order to revolve around each other, as double suns, must lose part of their velocity, while others, on this account and on account of the convergence of the first, acquire increased velocity, and therefore move away from the newly formed group. The motion of the latter not only weakens, but partly turns into rotational, from which the elasticity of matter consisting of groups decreases. The more complex matter is formed, the greater the complexity in its particles, the less the elasticity of this matter becomes, and the greater its density. The result of this is the formation of matter more and more dense, unable to counteract the force of gravity. There is its concentration, the formation of rarefied gas masses, giant suns, and separation from them planets with their satellites, i.e., moons. But in complex celestial bodies formed in this way, the reverse process occurs, i.e., the decomposition of complex particles into simpler ones. Both processes always take place simultaneously, but in simple matter, compounding, synthesis, and its associated decrease in elasticity and increase in density prevail. In complex matter, however, decomposition, analysis, and its concomitant increase in elasticity tends to destroy complex bodies, such as suns, planets, and so on. They are destroyed, forming again rarefied masses and even ether, i.e., they become invisible, as if disappearing, as if turning into nothing. The radiation of the suns, apart from their explosions, constitutes this very process, the formation of invisible rarefied matter like ether. By these phenomena of synthesis and analysis, there is an eternal cycle of matter, then forming the suns, then decomposing them into ether and very rarefied invisible masses. But besides this oscillating or repetitive periodic motion, a general complication of matter is possible, so that the periods are somewhat different from each other, namely by the increasing complexity of matter. Whether there is an end to this complication, and whether simplification begins again, is unknown. The decomposition and complication of matter have nothing to do with temperature. Assuming the usual law of attraction, we can only say the following. complication is accompanied by a decrease in the elasticity of one part of matter and an increase in another. About the convergence of particles and a decrease in the velocity of the first. Simplification, on the other hand, is accompanied by the decomposition of complex particles, their freedom and the increase of elasticity and velocity about the weakening of the velocity of the free and elastic part of matter. And analysis and synthesis are perhaps accompanied by a special kind of perturbation of the ether and a kind of ray emission. In complication, energy is undoubtedly released in the form of accelerations about the convergence of particles, i.e. atomic attraction. In decomposition, the same energy is absorbed, for the atoms separate, losing some of their velocity, absorbed by them from other faster moving particles. But since in the latter case there is no release of energy, how can ray emission be formed? There is some perturbation, but it is as if there should be no effulgence, or it is directed from without upon the decaying matter. The facts of blazing suns do point to some effulgence, which, apart from the perturbation, consists in the emission of decomposing matter. The population of the universe. We have seen that all suns emit the same light, that they are all, with their planets, composed of the same substances, that even these substances have one source, one primordial matter. The gigantic suns, composed of rarefied gases, by condensing them in consequence of the formation of more and more complex matter, shrank in volume, revolved more rapidly, and thus separated from themselves rings and planets. At first hot, but then cooled down from the surface, owing to their comparatively small mass. We see the complete monotony of worlds in the form of 1,000,000,000,000 suns, together with their planets, moons, and other celestial bodies. We must also add to this uniformity of light and matter the uniformity of gravitational force. So all the planets had gravity. The medium-sized planets had oceans and gas shells, or atmospheres. Why should life not have originated on the cooled bodies of the universe, as it did on Earth? Of course, some planets distant from their sun were cold, others close to their sun were hot. Some by their greater magnitude did not cool down, and life could not originate on them. Small planets and their satellites, moons, had atmospheres and waters, oceans, and therefore were also empty. The path of others was too eccentric. The axis was very inclined to the orbit. Such planets were also poorly adapted to life because of the drastic temperature changes. But not all planets were unsuitable. Of the dozens of large planets and hundreds of small ones accompanying each sun, at least one planet was in favorable conditions for the manifestation of life. Assuming this, 1,000,000,000,000 planets would appear to be inhabited. First, on each suitable planet, composite complex matter appears, increasing in complexity under the influence of chemical affinities and sunlight. They give rise to the simplest bacteria not now existing. Then come more complex bacteria, like those known to exist on Earth. A microscopic plant life is formed. It gives rise to two streams, plant and animal. Both develop simultaneously. The size of both creatures increases. The structure becomes more complex. Plants and animals similar to those on Earth are produced. But not all the simplest creatures follow the same path. Some, improving and adapting to conditions, remain close to themselves. Others increase in size and perfection only to a certain degree. Thus, on every planet are formed beings of all sizes and all degrees of development. But here one type proved predominant. A being more intelligent and stronger than the others, like man, appeared. At first, it was close to animals, ruthlessly exploited them, put them to death, and even did not spare its own kind. The strongest of the conscious dominated and tormented others. But the mind evolved. The highest man cognized nature and its forces, began to use them, and took pity on those like himself. This pity then spread to animals. Finally, he realized the subjective continuity and infinity of life, of every piece of matter. He realized that by doing evil to other beings, he was doing evil to himself, in the infinite life of his future. He realized that his personal good was that there should be no suffering and no madness anywhere throughout the universe. And for this, it was necessary to terminate the existence of all unconscious, unhappy, and imperfect beings. But this deed had to be accomplished without any anguish for backward life. They achieved this by caring for the imperfect in every possible way, satisfying all their harmless desires and passions, but depriving them of offspring. So on each planet, which existed a sufficient number of years, remained only one perfect birth. The moments of birth of planets, from giant suns, the most diverse, and therefore the ages of the planets are equally varied. The vast majority of them have a venerable age, which has delivered to them the perfection of intelligent life, i.e., a quite mature population. There were few like the Earth, for its age is small. It has just been born. Take the human population of the Earth as an example. Statistics show that there is only 1 second-aged baby, 60 minute-aged babies, 3,600 hour-aged babies, 86,400 day-aged babies, and 31 million year-aged babies. Also for planets. The lower their age, the fewer such planets are. Can the age of earthly mankind be considered negligible, since it has lived for millions of years? The time of its historical life is only 10,000 years. There are billions more years of development ahead of it. 10,000 years is only 100 millionth of the future life of the Earth and the Sun. Isn't that the same second in relation to one human life? What is the conclusion? The whole universe is full of the life of perfect beings, which awaits both the Earth and the other few planets of immature age. We have said that the ages of the planets are most varied, the conditions of life also. These thousands of billions of planets cannot be the same in the favorableness of the conditions of life. Some originated earlier, and life matured on them before all the others. Also, the conditions of life may have been better than on the others. They reached perfection before other planets, expressing themselves in the highest power and a long, painless, happy life. Their minds revealed to them that the path they had traveled from bacteria to perfection was a hard road, a path of thousands of years of suffering and madness. The perfect ones had traveled that path, but the other planets were just waiting for it. Why should they suffer? Couldn't the other planets be spared the road of torment for their beings? The technical power of the firstborns of the universe allowed them to overcome the heaviness of their planet, to seize the solar energy, and to become masters in their planetary system. Here they could eliminate the embryonic life of the planets and replace it with their own mature population. But their technology went higher. Voyages to the other suns of the universe began to be made. They reached the planets of other solar systems, where the pathetic life of bacteria and slugs had just begun, and there that life was destroyed and replaced by its own population. On the other planets visited, life was much higher and reached as far as the reptilian world, and there it was painlessly terminated and replaced by their perfect kind. This is what was done on most of the planets of the universe. What, indeed, to allow the torment of unconscious beings gnawing themselves for millions of years. However, a small fraction of the planets, maybe a billionth of them, were left to fend for themselves. Watched over, they did not destroy life, but allowed it to evolve. Disregarding the nurseries of intelligence like the globe, which make up about a billionth of all planets, we can say that the universe is full of intelligent, powerful, and happy beings. Their genius and power and populated the universe, saving it from the agony of self-generation. These beings are like perfect human beings, who will descend from the present humanity. In time, it will organize itself into a complex, beautiful, and happy society, under the rule of the highest, most worthy of the future humans. When he passes from the stage, he is replaced by another of the same kind, the best of all men. Every planet achieves happiness, perfect social order and government by the highest of all the population. But not by self-generation. That is a torturous path. But by repopulating and breeding ready-made perfect beings from other planets. The planets are ruled by their supreme presidents, a sort of planetary gods. But each planet, as it multiplies, sends the surplus of its population into the space surrounding the sun. Their special dwellings, more beautiful and comfortable than on the planet, are arranged. The space around the sun not only gives space, but also solar energy, which is billions of times more than that released to the planets. So there is a special large population surrounding each sun. There is an even more complex social structure under the rule of the best of beings of the entire population. Such is the structure of society, that it is the best that gets to the top, as president of the population. The nearest suns also unite, and they get a leader. Whether there is an end to these alliances, these unions, is unknown. Probably not, because they are necessary. The universe needs them, where to direct the excess population, where to place it, at which suns, with what properties, at what distance, whether a solar explosion is expected, and whether the population is not threatened with death. All this needs to be known, and without the head of the universe, without extensive leadership, unification, and knowledge, it is impossible. So beings like perfect humanity, populating the cosmos, make up complex and beautiful organizations under presidents with their many assistants. And on one planet, there are presidents of various degrees. Not counting the assistants, we see stewards, planets, solar systems, groups of suns, Milky Ways, and so on, probably without end. The last steward is probably the whole universe, its infinity. It constitutes our deity, in whose hands we are, have been, and will always be. The properties of this deity, as we have seen, are good, but they will still be elevated in our eyes when we penetrate still deeper into the mysteries of the cosmos. Life is, subjectively, continuous. There is no death. That life, in general, is perfect and beautiful. We have seen that. It cannot be different, because the developed mind of mature beings self-lovingly, egoistically, does not allow it. If it did, the possessors of this mind would themselves suffer in their infinite life. If there is nothing imperfect anywhere, no suffering in the entire universe, then how could anyone be saddened? But here is the question. And death, and non-existence, or abiding in unorganized matter after the destruction of a being, would it not be languid or agonizing? In a sound sleep, when life is still far from extinction, the animal feels almost nothing. Time flies imperceptibly. A dozen hours fly by like 1 second. even more insensitive creature in a faint when the heartbeat is suspended. There is no time at all for such a state. How time hides and disappears without a trace when not only the heart, but the whole organism is upset. Time is a subjective sensation and belongs only to the living. For the dead, the disorganized, it does not exist. So huge intervals of non-existence, or the stay of matter in unorganized, dead form, as if do not exist. There are only short intervals of life. All of them merge into one infinite whole, as large intervals are without time, and therefore can be considered as zero. Of course, the same piece of matter incarnates, i.e., assumes the animal state, innumerable times, since time never ceases. But we all mistakenly think that our existence continues as long as only the form of the body is preserved, as long as I am Ivanov. After death, I will be Vasiliev, and therefore it will no longer be me, but someone else. I disappear forever. In fact, only your form has disappeared, but you can feel in Vasiliev, in Petrov, in a lion, in a fly, and in a plant. Feeling depends not on form, but on matter. The bird flies, moves behind this mass and the place of sensation. Here you are, Ivanov, but imagine that nature or art has created out of another mass a being of exactly the same form and properties as you are, down to the last trifles. Let us call him the second Ivanov, or simply the second. When the second is in pain, you will feel no pain. When he rejoices, you will feel no bliss. The forms are the same, but the sensations of two identical persons are completely independent, i.e., they may even be opposite to each other. Why is this so? Simply from the fact that the second is composed of other matter, not in quality, but in substance. Hence it is evident that the property of feeling belongs to the matter of which a man or another animal is composed. As it moves, so does the place of sensation. Man is transformed, sensation is transformed, but it remains in the same place or belongs to the same being, to the same mass of matter. If it were possible from the mass of Ivanov to make successively Petrov, Klimov, etc., the same matter would feel, but would imagine, and call itself Petrov or Klimov. Let us imagine that a man has fallen asleep and sees himself in a dream as Petrov, Klimov, bear, or wolf. He will think and feel as different kinds of beings and people, Petrov, Klimov, bear, etc. But he will experience sensation as the same mass, the same Ivanov, who was like this in waking. After death, matter dissipates, and therefore sensation is as if atomized and annihilated, even though small parts of the former being have become part of the bodies of many animals. Let us object to this in a roundabout way for the present. The life of every present man or animal has been composed of parts of matter that once lived in the most varied places. However, this did not prevent new life from arising. In the same way, after we die, the parts of the body, though scattered, will not prevent them from coming to life again. Now, let's break it down a little bit further. Here is a living creature. What part of its body has sensation? We see many animals of many different sizes and masses, and every one of them feels. Hence, we see that this ability does not depend on the size of the animal. It follows that every organized mass, however small, is capable of feeling. Of course, large masses of animals may be more cunningly organized, and therefore their sensations are, in general, stronger and more complex. But a living being, however large and complex it may be, consists of organized masses, e.g., cells. It is only a closer union of living beings. Therefore each of them is sentient. So all parts of a single living being experience pleasant and unpleasant things, only in different degrees, in strength and complexity. Let us imagine that a massive animal is divided into cells, and each is placed in an environment in which it can continue to develop. Would not we get a multiplicity of independent beings and sensations? And would it not follow from this that all parts of a single being feel pleasant and unpleasant things, but in their own way? We see here a similarity, analogy, with a highly organized society. It is as one whole, but you can break it down into its members. Without the support of society, they will perish. But in an artificial environment, they will continue to live wild but full of sensations. Unconnected people. The same conclusion would follow if we imagine that, for example, a human being is destroyed, and from that mass a multitude of human beings are made. We do not know how to do this, but it is possible. We don't know how to do many things either, but it does not follow that it is impossible. Our human beings will have small brains, small faculties, memory, judgment, and the like, but each of them will feel, though faintly. It is asked, where is the limit to the smallness of the mass of a creature which is still capable of sensation? Single-celled beings are very small, but no one takes away from them the property of feeling, though weakly, pleasant and unpleasant things. Here is a continuous chain of creatures of various masses, from the mass of a whale, or even larger creatures of other planets, to a bacterium invisible even in the ultramicroscope. Yet everyone knows about them, by the phenomena visible from them. Can we deny them the ability to feel, even the smallest of these organized masses? It is possible to deny them the great magnitude of sensation. It is possible to say that one animal feels 1,000,000, 1,000,000,000, 1,000,000,000,000 times weaker than another. But it is impossible to deny sensation, to recognize it as a mathematical zero. But organized living matter is followed by organized dead matter, followed by a more or less complex inorganic world. In the end, everything comes down to a single beginning, hydrogen, or to be more correct, an even simpler element, of which the whole universe is composed. After all, it's an unbroken chain. From hydrogen are formed 90 known simple bodies. From these, all rocks, minerals, gases, and liquids. From these, all living things, simple and complex. A living being is only the union of other beings, simpler beings, such as cells. And cells are only the union of complex, dead matter. And all dead matter is a union of 90 metals, gases, and liquids. And these last are the union of hydrogen atoms. And the hydrogen atom is the union of the unknown elements of nature. Where is the true beginning of life? Where is the primordial citizen of the universe? Surely it is the atom, or its more primordial, unknown part. Whether it is the electron or the ether atom is unknown. We can only conventionally call it an ether atom. Let us recognize provisionally the ether atom as the basic unit of the universe. This will be its primitive citizen. The combination of such citizens gives the hydrogen atom and other simple bodies. These are already societies or more complex places, stages, points of life. The combination of these stages will give even more complex particles, molecules, of organic and inorganic bodies. Finally, the combination of the latter will form all living beings, from the simplest bacterium, protobacterium, to man and his perfect descendants and inhabitants of other worlds. All these are unions of primordial citizens, i.e., atoms of ether. The disintegration of the union, or the death of an animal, is only the disintegration of the union. the disorder of members, which is not accompanied by the death of citizens, i.e., atoms. After the disorder of the society of atoms, each of them can live separately or join a new social union, i.e., a molecule, a bacterium, or any other creature up to perfect or mature inhabitants of other planets. The primordial citizen is eternal, the atom of ether, the beginning of matter. It is in its essence indestructible, since it is one, indivisible. The hydrogen atom lives longer. Also, many of the 90 basic atoms made of hydrogen exist for billions of years without disintegration. Complex molecules can also exist for a long time. For example, alcohol molecules, sugar, starch, and so on. But the unions of living organic matter are short-lived. In general, the simpler and smaller a creature is, the more stable and longer its life is. Bacteria only double, multiply, but do not die under favorable nutritional conditions. Larger creatures have the most varied lifespans. This is where the very design of the animal has an influence. A complex structure that allows for a longer life requires extensive volume and mass. So sometimes, as the mass of a creature increases, its lifespan lengthens. The relationship between longevity and mass has not yet been clarified by science. So what do we see? Unions are destroyed. Death, but arise again. Birth. Destruction does not destroy the citizens, but they continue to lead a life, only more simple, primitive, until they enter into a new union, i.e., they form part of some animal, part of a brain, liver, muscle, etc., e.g., a human being. A sense of life is obtained, corresponding to the cell into which the atom has entered. In the same way, a citizen, person, of a destroyed state joins another state, and experiences sensations corresponding to the position he occupies. But only in the brains of beings real life begins, worthy of this name and our template idea of it. Being in the other unions is close to nothingness. It does not contain time, and therefore cannot be counted as real life. It must be skipped. Thus, plant members of society, trees, grains, etc., as if stay in non-existence. A series of conscious lives, in the brain, repeated countless times in the mature beings of the universe, merge into one life, perfect and infinite. Other, more rarefied matter, other worlds, other beings. Science has concluded that all suns, planets, all plants and animals are composed of hydrogen. But hydrogen itself is recognized as complex, consisting of electrons and protons, the astonishingly elastic ether with its unimaginably small atoms. Electrons are giants in comparison. All this already points to the complexity of all matter, to the complexity of the atoms known to us. We will prove that this complexity is infinite, that every atom known to us is divisible, i.e., consists of parts. Indeed, time is infinite, and ahead and behind an immense amount of it. Matter becomes more complex with the passage of time. If it did not, we would not have our molecules of 90 known substances either. Will this increasing complexity ever stop? It may fluctuate, but in general it must go forward. The fluctuation is that molecules periodically become more complex and decompose, but in general there is still an increase in complexity, albeit extremely slow. Thus, in time, we will eventually get simple atoms with 300, 400, 1 million, etc. Electrons and protons. Such bodies will be less elastic and more dense. They will make denser suns and planets, inhabited by denser plants and animals. There is no limit to future time. In decillions of decillions of decillions of years, perhaps even decillions to the decillionth degree, Such dense celestial bodies and beings will be formed that we, in comparison with them, can easily be mistaken for material spirits, for beings almost incorporeal. Thus, air and gases in ignorant times were taken for spirit, for something incorporeal. But will we be then? It is possible that we shall be. Not everything progresses. Not everything goes forward. Not everything changes dramatically. Take the organic world of the earth as an example. Millions of years have passed, but not all creatures have converted to man. Some lagged behind more, others less. Others stopped at a very low stage of development, such as known and unknown bacteria. And so we may be frozen in our development. That is, both dense beings, future, and comparatively incorporeal beings, present, can live in the universe at the same time, though also composed of matter, only simpler, more elastic and lighter, of modern matter. Thus, in the unimaginably distant future, not only two categories of beings, but countless of them, will exist simultaneously. Any one of these categories will be almost immaterial with respect to all later ones, and grossly material with respect to all previous ones. The lightest, most incorporeal beings will be us, composed essentially, as it now seems to us, of very dense matter. This is what we are given by a view of the infinite future, a view of a series of times infinitely distant from each other. Now let us take the past, for it is as limitless as the future. Let us imagine a time that is a decillion years away from the present one to the decillionth degree. Back then, particles, molecules, were simpler. Matter was less complex, less dense and more elastic. Dead, celestial bodies and living organisms, incomparably lighter, were composed of it. Compared with our own, they contained so little matter and so rarefied that they may be called immaterial, spiritual. It is asked, have they disappeared or do they still exist? It is possible that they exist, as bacteria existed at the same time as men. Going further back, we will come to the conviction of the existence of worlds with organisms even less dense. In comparison with the previous ones, they are almost nothing in relation to materiality. And in relation to us, they are doubly, squared, not material. As we go on like this, we meet new shots of beings containing less and less matter. In a word, we will get the same from behind as in front. Only the series will be downward in its density. The infinite future is not yet available to us, but the past must leave its traces. And if we have not yet waited for the denser beings of infinite future times, and have not become almost incorporeal, conditionally spirits in relation to them, then in relation to the past, our reasoning is no longer fantasy, no longer expectation. It exists, and we are surrounded by innumerable reflections of living beings, each of which is bodiless in relation to all subsequent ones and grossly material in relation to all previous ones. And matter develops, evolves, not uniformly, not monotonously. There are many genera of matter at the same time. We do not speak about 90 elementary substances, from hydrogen to uranium. We have also ether, the density of which is so small that science is inclined to deny it even completely. If matter exists in various forms, from the almost immaterial ether to the astonishingly dense substances accumulated in the centers of suns, why should not countless cadres of living beings of past times exist at the same time? And the ethers must be numerous, and the invisible celestial bodies also. They also constitute frames, and each with respect to the previous ones is material, and with respect to the subsequent ones is almost invisible. We cannot see these former suns and planets, nor the beings who lived on them. What is our world, accessible to investigation by our senses and science? It stands neither at the end of time, nor at the beginning of time. It is somewhere in the middle, and on either side of it are the endless tales of time. He will always stand in the middle, no matter how long he lives. No amount of time will change his middle position, always infinity, both in front and behind. Always an innumerable series of almost incorporeal beings living simultaneously with us, i.e., our world. The organization of invisible worlds, the life of them. So we divide worlds into frames separated from each other by infinite times. It is clear that these worlds are little accessible, little understandable to each other. The last, the most dense world, visible and perceptible to us, is the universe accessible to exact science, with its millions of billions of suns and an even greater number of planets and their moons. They are inhabited by organisms more mature than humans, and therefore more advanced, but still animal-like. How many geniuses there have been among us human beings at different times, moving the earthly mankind on the way to knowledge and happiness. At every moment of earthly life, there will be such extraordinary, precious for the earth people. How many of them are blocked by human ignorance? How many are not recognized and have perished without manifesting their beneficent qualities? The future order of the earth will eliminate this unhappiness, this immeasurable loss to mankind, and at the head of the administration, in fact, will be the most useful, the most perfect people. The more the earth will be inhabited, the more perfect the selection will be, the higher the population itself will be. In time, all will be so high that we cannot even imagine them now. What will be the highest of their highest? The earth is not ripe. Many millions of years lie ahead for mankind to mature. Most of the planets, however, have matured and contain a perfect breed ruled by still more perfect beings. Each planet also masters its solar system, which can support a population billions of times more abundant than the planets. But the more abundant the population, the more perfect the social organization, the higher the selected beings, and the higher the members of the population, since all the good properties of the center are little by little transferred to them. We have already spoken of this organization of the visible cosmos, the last most dense world at the moment. We have already spoken of the unions of the solar systems, of their intercourse, their administrations, and their unimaginably high presidents. But what is being done, or has already been done in our dense world, has also been done in other invisible worlds, though in a different way. There, too, there were perfect organisms of a kind, their unions, the election of the highest, whose perfection and power are unimaginable. So we are dense beings, surrounded by frames not only of equally dense, but perfect and powerful beings, but also by frames of etheric beings, whose number is as infinite elapsed time. Each of these frames is etheric with respect to the subsequent ones, and grossly dense with respect to all the previous ones. Which cohorts of etheric beings have the greatest influence on us? The nearest or the further, less dense ones cannot be decided. Rather, the immediate ones. What this influence is, what is the complexity of the cosmos, it is difficult to imagine. Our even limited minds are compelled to magnify this complexity more and more. Many extraordinary things that happen to us can be explained quite scientifically, surrounding us immense, little comprehensible and unforeseeable complexity of the cosmos. Not only does he, in the narrow sense of the dead phenomena of the inorganic world, dispose of us, but also his, like us, dense beings of other solar systems. But even this is not enough. Countless cadres of beings of other epochs, who are almost incorporeal in comparison with us, can still interfere in our earthly affairs. Their organizations and their presidents may wield unimaginable power, like the organizations of dense beings of other worlds. We have seen that death is only the destruction of the union. Citizens, atoms, after it enter other unions, birth or incarnation, and therefore continue their complex life. But disintegration can be of different kinds, into cells, molecules, atoms, electrons, etheric particles, etc., without end. Certainly, it is more probable that the disintegration into large parts, molecules of 90 basic substances, and emergence in the form of dense substances of the last epoch. In this way, we will incarnate into dense organisms similar to us for many billions of years. But there is a probability of disintegration of the animal organism into more elementary particles of other epochs distant from us. Then we incarnate into less dense, almost incorporeal beings of infinitely distant epochs. So the vast ages make it possible to arise as spirits, albeit material ones. Other ones my mind does not recognize. To accept otherwise is to deny the unity or simplicity of the view of the universe. The greater the passage of time, the deeper the destruction of unions, and the incarnation is etheric. We then emerge as organisms of epochs more and more remote from our time. One can't help but marvel at the diversity awaiting us in the universe. The emergence in beings like us, only perfect, contented and happy. The incarnation and life in spirits of innumerable categories, in terms of time jumps and densities. What are these lives? What variety, what complexity, what insights, what blisses lurk in them? This complexity and richness of impressions apply not only to human beings, and those similar to them in density, but also to every atom or any part of it, to every union, to every being, corporeal and incorporeal. The indefiniteness of time not only gives us the probability of the emergence of similar and less dense beings, but also of more dense, more complex, and probably more perfect and richer in sensations. But this is necessarily in the future. The future can equally give us incarnation in lighter beings than us and in heavier beings. Only the more time has passed, the sharper, deeper the deviations are. The emergence, and in one density, i.e., in one epoch of beings, is possible in different degrees of perfection. You can take incarnation or penetrate into the organism of a mediocre public citizen, also into a superintendent of the second, third, etc. degree, up to semi-divine beings in their height, and you will live their life. But you cannot arise in an imperfect, unconscious, criminal, deluded, miserable animal, because being such, out of self-love, egoism, is not allowed by the mind of mature beings, either non-existence, tranquility, nirvana, or life great and beautiful, morality, ethics, of earth and heaven, the ethics of the cosmos, i.e., its conscious beings, is that there should be no suffering anywhere, neither for the perfect, nor for other immature or beginning animals. This is an expression of the purest self-love, egoism. For if there is no torment or trouble in the universe, then not a single atom of it will fall into an imperfect, suffering, or criminal organism. In a word, then, a primitive citizen of the universe, i.e., an atom, cannot enter into an evil being, for there would be none at all. But we have seen that the living worlds fall into two groups. One, the larger, is inhabited by beings perfect. The other, billions of times smaller, like the earth, consists of beings immature but hopeful. In the worlds of the perfect, the good is only maintained. Any deviation toward evil or suffering is carefully corrected. By what means? Yes, by selection. The bad, or that which has deviated to the bad, is left without offspring. This does not cause the slightest suffering, since the parental instincts and passions of the perfect ones do not exist. There is only love for all sentient, arising from true self-love. It is expressed in actions that remove suffering or its causes. The power of the perfect penetrates all planets, all places of life, and everywhere. It destroys without suffering the imperfect rudiments of life. These places are repopulated by their own mature generation. Is it not like the gardener destroys on the very earth all the unfit plants, and leaves only the best vegetables? This is the chief act of the perfect, their chief morality. But they also leave a certain, absolutely insignificant part of the planets with imperfect or such living beings from which the perfect and necessary replenishment of the perfect is expected. These procreating planets, i.e., their beings, are subjected to the agony of self-generation, the agony of development, such as the world of earthly beings. It can be seen that a certain share of suffering cannot be avoided. The second act of the morality of the perfect consists in reducing the number of such planets, in continuous support of such planets, in observing their development and movement towards perfection. Their secret forces sometimes intervene and correct the erroneous steps of nascent beings. If this intervention is obvious, it is invisible. If the intervention does not help, and nothing but suffering is foreseen, the whole living world is painlessly destroyed. Thus the naturalist, endeavoring to bring out the best breed of plant or animal, when he fails, destroys all his labors in order to begin them again. So the writer tears up the manuscript of an essay with which he is dissatisfied. When on a planet with self-begetting beings, the latter reach even a weak degree of self-consciousness, ethics appears, the struggle against errors, the striving for perfection, for the destruction of anguish. What are the ethics of such earth-like planets? Only man has reached some small degree of consciousness on our planet. We can only speak of his ethics. The morality of the lower animals does not exist. They have everything moral, as they do not know that they have everything wrong. The morality of earth is the same as that of heaven, the elimination of all suffering. This goal is indicated by the mind. There will be no suffering around me, and then I will not be subjected to it in this life or in an infinite future life. Its first stages are most likely to be on the earth, because the atoms of beings are bound to the earth for billions of years by the force of its gravitation. Human ethics is a complex and huge doctrine. We have shown its basics. We can give a few more outlines here. First of all, workers need complete freedom of speech, press, assembly, and in general, all such actions that are not accompanied by violence against other persons. Freedom for workers is assumed because capital in all its forms, especially hereditary capital, is a rapist. Only rapists are subject to violence. Their freedom and reproduction shall be so restricted as to get rid of the evil they spread. There should be no retaliation or punishment at all. But freedom is possible only when every person, who is not a rapist, has a means of life independent of men. For this purpose, Everyone should have the right to soil, labor, office, or other things to which he is inclined, and which will give him the necessities of life. From violence he will be shielded. From want he will be delivered. Why then should he pretend or be hypocritical? The struggle of convictions begins. At first it will be discord and many delusions, but then the truth will prevail, because it is the strongest. Truth will point to the best social order. It consists in the best part of mankind ruling the earth, so that everyone, in accordance with his usefulness to people, will occupy the appropriate place. Ruling by the best people, the highest representatives of mankind will give it unity. Unity will save the peoples from wars and other kinds of self-destruction or weakening. Point to a common alphabet and language. Teach each citizen and give him knowledge commensurate with his mental powers. It will ensure prosperity and make everyone happy. The breeds of men will be artificially improved and will reach unimaginable mental and moral heights. Not only will animals gradually be gotten rid of, but also the criminal elements of humanity itself. Even imperfect beings will be got rid of, but certainly not at once. There will be no suffering anywhere, and nothing unconscious except plants and similar organisms that are not subject to appreciable torment. There will be no wailing of death, murder, unsatisfied passions, anguish, hunger, thirst, cold, jealousy, envy, annihilation, and fear. The fear of natural death will be destroyed by a deep knowledge of nature, which will show with obviousness that there is no death, but only continuous, conscious, and blissful existence. Cosmic philosophy. We doubt the ubiquity of life. Of course, on the planets of our solar system, there may be, if not a complete absence of life, then its primitiveness, weakness, perhaps even deformity, and in any case a lag behind Earth's life, which exists under especially favorable conditions of temperature and matter. But the Milky Ways, or spiral nebulae, each contain billions of suns. Their group includes trillions of stars. Each of them has many planets, and even if just one of them is in favorable conditions, then at least 1 trillion planets possess life and intelligence no less advanced than on Earth. We are only considering the group of spiral nebulae, i.e., the observable universe. But this universe is infinite. How, then, can one deny life within this infinity? What meaning would the universe have if it were not filled with organic, intelligent, and sentient life? Why would the endless blazing suns exist? What is the point of their energy? Why should it be wasted? Could it really be that the stars shine merely to decorate the sky, to please humans, as was thought during the Middle Ages, the times of the Inquisition and religious madness? We are also inclined to think that the highest development of life belongs to Earth. Yet its animals and humans appeared relatively recently and are still in a stage of development. The sun will continue to exist as a source of life for billions of years, and humanity, over this inconceivable period, will advance and evolve in body, mind, morality, knowledge, and technological power. Ahead lies something brilliant and unimaginable. After 1 billion years, nothing imperfect like modern plants, animals, or humans will remain on Earth. Only the best will endure, to which reason and its power inevitably lead us. But are all the planets in the cosmos as young as Earth? Are they all in a stage of development and imperfection? As astronomy tells us, stars vary greatly in age, from newly born, diffuse, giant bodies to extinct black dwarfs. Some stars are many billions of years old. Others haven't yet formed planets. What does this imply? That there must be planets of all ages. Some still hot like stars, others with primitive life, some where lower animals have evolved, others with intelligence like ours, and still others that have progressed even further, and so on. Hence, we must abandon the idea that the most advanced life exists on our planet. Yet we arrive at a not so comforting conclusion. Imperfect, irrational, and painful life is just as widespread in the universe as higher, intelligent, powerful, and beautiful life. But is that conclusion correct? No, it is not, and we will now clarify why. We've found that the ages of planets are incredibly diverse. This implies that some planets have reached the highest levels of intellectual and physical power, outpacing all others. Having endured the pains of evolution, and remembering their own sorrowful past and former imperfection, they wish to spare other planets the torment of development. If we, Earth dwellers, already dream of interplanetary travel, what might planets billions of years older than us have achieved? For them, such journeys are as easy and routine as a train ride from one city to another. On these advanced, mature planets, reproduction occurs millions of times faster than on Earth. Moreover, it is regulated at will. If a perfect population is needed, it is rapidly created in any desired number. When visiting surrounding immature worlds with primitive animal life, they eliminate that life as painlessly as possible and replace it with their own perfect kind. Is this good, or is it cruel? Without their intervention, the torment of mutual destruction among animals would last for millions of years, as it still does on Earth. Their intervention, however, in a few years or even days, eliminates all suffering and establishes intelligent, powerful, and joyful life in its place. Clearly, the latter is millions of times better than the former. What follows from this? That in the cosmos, imperfect and suffering life is eliminated by the reason and might of advanced planets. If it exists at all, it's only on a few planets. In the grand harmony of the universe, it is as invisible as a speck of dust on a snowy field. But how do we explain the presence of suffering on Earth? Why do the higher planets not eliminate our miserable life, replace it with their own beautiful one? There are other planets like Earth. Why do they suffer? In a perfect world, alongside prevailing progress, there is also regression, a backward step. Moreover, the blossoms of life are so beautiful, so diverse, that the best of them must be grown, allowed to bear seed and fruit. Although the advanced planets may have outpaced others, perhaps this is only due to their old age. There may be late-born planets with better fruits. The regress of the universe must be corrected by these delayed blossoms. That is why a small number of promising planets are left alone. Among them is Earth. She suffers, but not in vain. Her fruits must be high if she was left to develop independently, through inevitable suffering. Again, I say, the total of such suffering is unnoticeable in the ocean of cosmic happiness. Some say, we live for a few years, and face decillions of years of non-existence. But is this truly non-existence, when being, set against a mass of non-being, becomes imperceptible, like a drop in the ocean? But the point is that non-existence is not marked by time or feeling. Therefore, it is as if it does not exist, and only life exists. A piece of matter undergoes an innumerable series of lives, separated by vast spans of time, yet subjectively merged into one continuous and, as we've shown, beautiful life. So what follows? That the universal biological life is not only elevated, but also appears continuous. Every bit of matter lives this life continuously, since the long intervals of non-being pass unnoticed. The dead have no time, They only receive it when they come alive again. That is, when they take on the higher organic form of a conscious animal. Some might say, can organic life exist in the cores of suns, planets, gaseous nebulae, and comets? Isn't their matter doomed to eternal death, non-existence? But Earth, we, all people, and all modern organic life once came from the substance of the sun. Yet this did not prevent us from emerging and coming to life. Matter is in constant motion. Some of it enters the suns, some leaves. Every drop of matter, wherever it may be, will inevitably have its turn to live. It may have to wait a long time, but this waiting and this enormous time only exist for the living and are their illusion. Our little drop will not experience torment in waiting and won't notice the billions of years. Again, people say, I will die, my matter will scatter across the planet. How can I live again? Before you were born, your matter was also scattered, yet that did not prevent you from coming to life. After each death comes the same dispersion. But as we see, this does not hinder reanimation. Of course, every reanimation has its own form, different from the previous one. We have always lived and always will live, but each time in a new form and, naturally, without memory of the past. The coming thousands and millions of years will perfect both human nature and social organization. Humanity will become like one powerful being under the governance of its president, the best among all people physically and intellectually. And if members of society are so advanced, how advanced is the supreme, scientifically chosen one? The same will inevitably occur among populations of other planets. To the powerful population of the highest planet in each solar system will be accessible not only all planets of that system, but also the entire near solar space. It is utilized for the benefit of the population, as is all solar energy. Clearly, one planet is just a speck in the solar system. It is not the center. The population is spread throughout the solar space. Not only each planet, but their whole aggregate, and all the etheric beings living outside planets in artificial dwellings will be unified. So, after the unification of each planet, unification of the whole solar system will inevitably follow. Their power is so great that they communicate not only via special telegrams, but also in person, directly, like acquaintances. Such journeys may take thousands of years, but some inhabitants of solar systems live for thousands of years, as billions of years of future development will give every planet's population an indefinitely long life. The catastrophes of suns, their explosions, temperature changes, force the population to foresee everything and stay aware of nearby suns, to flee danger in advance. Thus, a union of neighboring suns is formed, then a union of unions, and so on. Where the limit of these unions lies is hard to say, since the universe is infinite. We see countless precedents of various degrees of perfection, and since these categories are endless, there is no limit to personal, individual perfection. So far, we've spoken only about things and beings made of ordinary matter. It contains 92 or more elements, all composed of hydrogen atoms. Thus, we've spoken of hydrogen beings, a hydrogen world. But might there be another kind of substance? We do have such a substance. The barely understood luminous ether that fills all the space between suns and makes matter and the universe continuous. There are reasons to believe that the hotter the suns and other bodies, the more strongly they lose matter. Where does this matter go? We believe it transitions or decomposes into something simpler and more elastic, which then spreads throughout the cosmos. Perhaps this is ether, or some other non-hydrogen matter. But where did the suns, gaseous nebulae, and the entire hydrogen world come from? If matter decomposes, there must also be a reverse process, its synthesis, the reformation of the known hydrogen matter with its 92 varieties. We observe reversibility in all mechanical, physical, chemical, and biological phenomena. Need this be explained? Who doesn't know of reversibility in cycles? When destroyed, things rise again. I mean this broadly, approximately, not mathematically, because nothing repeats exactly. In these processes, the law of energy conservation is observed, yet hidden intra-atomic potential energy sometimes complicates matters. Radioactivity once confused scientists. Let's give simple examples. High speed becomes low, and vice versa. Liquids become vapor and back. Chemical reactions occur and reverse. All 92 elements break down into hydrogen, and from hydrogen, 92 elements arise. Organic matter becomes inorganic, and vice versa. Thus, the disintegration of suns in one place is likely accompanied by their formation elsewhere. If reversibility is so common, why not accept it in the case of hydrogen's destruction? It turns into energy, but we should think of energy as a special kind of simple matter, which will eventually again produce hydrogen matter. What is the hydrogen atom? The origin of all known material. It was formed by past time, which is infinitely vast. Therefore, the atom is infinitely complex. Hydrogen had simpler ancestors, even simpler grandparents, and so on. Is this not similar to the origin of humans? Were not our ancestors increasingly simpler the farther back we go? The ancestor of man is hydrogen, and the nearer ones are the 92 elements. But we are only a few 100 million or billion years removed from them. This is nothing compared to infinity. What were hydrogen's ancestors like a few decillions of years ago? In short, if you divide infinite time into a series of infinities, each of them corresponds to its own matter, its own suns, its own planets, and its own beings. Summary. Organic life is spread throughout the universe. The most advanced development of life does not belong to Earth. The intellect and power of advanced planets make the universe overflow with perfection. In short, organic life in the universe, with rare exceptions, is mature, powerful, and beautiful. This life appears continuous to every being, since non-existence is not felt. Social organizations are spread across the cosmos, ruled by presidents of varying degrees, one higher than the next. Thus no limit exists to personal development. If we can't comprehend how high each mature cosmic being is, how can we grasp the president of the first, second, 10th, or 100th rank? The infinity of past time compels us to assume the existence of a series of unique worlds, separated by lower order infinities. These worlds, growing more complex, left some of their matter and living beings in their primitive forms. From all this, we see the infinite complexity of cosmic phenomena, which we, of course, cannot fully grasp, for it is even greater than we imagine. As the mind expands, knowledge grows, and the universe opens up ever more to it.